Thank you, Chair Kakani. Good morning, everyone. Since I was appointed to the POC over 2.5 years ago now, I have made an effort to listen closely to staff and get to know them. I have learned that often they share my goals for the department, and so many of them truly care about youth and the adults that they are serving. One of the highlights was being able to meet with and talk to and learn about Senior Detention Service Officer Stanley Guinness. When I heard earlier this month that Officer Guinness had died while on duty at Los Medinos Juvenile Hall, it brought great sadness. Understanding the loss it meant to his family and to his probation family, but also to the youth he served so well. Officer Guinness was a dedicated public servant. We have often heard in these meetings that there are many staff who take their responsibilities to the youth they serve, and he was certainly one of them. We watched him work particularly well with the youth identified as developmentally disabled, but he was generally loved and appreciated by the youth and staff in the facility and beyond. We send our most sincere sympathy to Officer Guinness's probation family and to his beautiful family at home. May his death be a reminder of how necessary it is to treat each other with kindness and humility. Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during this meeting, and then she'll call the roll.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, for those words, and Chair Kakani for the welcome. Our apologies for starting a little late this morning. I will blame that on traffic, which is the most stereotypical Los Angeles excuse. We are very happy to have a large group of people in the room today and welcome all of you who are joining us via WebEx. Please feel free to send a chat to the host if you have any trouble with connecting or hearing while you're on WebEx or viewing on YouTube. We will do our best to accommodate that. And with that, I'd like to remind the speakers as much as possible to speak directly into the microphone so that the folks who are participating virtually can hear. Since the beginning, real public participation in our meetings has been one of our primary goals, and we want to do that today. So we will take public comment on every item on the agenda before the Commission takes any action. The way that will work is Chair Kakani will introduce the item, we'll have any presentations, then we'll take public comment, and then the Commission will take any action that may be necessary. We'll be giving 2 minutes per public commenter, and we'll start with folks in the room and then go to people who are participating virtually. It'll be 2 minutes unless we end up running out of time, which, as those of you who participate in our meetings know, we have a tendency to do. I'd like to ask for people to please share your stories. We're here to listen to them. And also, please help us by stopping speaking when your time ends. I really hate interrupting people, and I'd love to not have to do that today. Please make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter of the item. If you'd like to make general public comment, you can do that at the end. In order to participate, it's really easy in the room. You just stand up and go to the podium. And if you're virtual, you can click the little hand icon at the bottom of the WebEx page, or you can send a message to the chat, and Janae will put you in the queue and we'll call your name. If you have any trouble connecting or raising your hand, just send a message in the chat to Janae and she'll help you. Please do not send your public comment in the chat. Nobody sees it except Janae, and it won't be included in the public record. If you want to submit your comment in writing, we welcome you to do so. You can just email us at info@poc.lacounty.gov. We'll send it to all the commissioners, and if we get it before 5 p.m. today, we'll attach it to the public record as part of the minutes. So thank you, and we really look forward to your participation. As I mentioned, we're broadcasting live on YouTube, but we're not engaging with users on YouTube. And you can follow our social media accounts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Threads at LA County POC for more information about when to attend our future meetings or to check out videos of the meetings that we have already had. Buen día, bienvenidos a las personas que están interesados en hacer sus comentarios públicos en español. Estamos ya iniciando la conferencia por WebEx y YouTube. Y si gustaría hacer una pregunta o hacer un comentario público, por favor, levante su mano con el botoncito abajo en la página en WebEx. O también pueden mandarle un mensaje al host y ella nos avisa de su nombre. Usted tendrá 4 minutos, 2 minutos de su comentario y 2 minutos de traducción. Puede proveer su propio traductor o yo le traduzco. Okay, so I'm going to call the roll. Commissioner Canales? Commissioner Carrillo?
Here.
Commissioner Garcia-Leyes is expected momentarily. Commissioner Jackson is excused, Commissioner Lewis excused, and Commissioner Meredith excused. Commissioner Mundo? Commissioner Terry? Here. And Chair Kakani. Okay, I'll turn it over to you, and we do have quorum.
Thank you, Wendy. So we're going to proceed with item 2, the approval of the July 13th and August 10th meeting minutes. If you'd like to provide a public comment on this item, please raise your hand now on WebEx. If you're in the room, you can approach the front of the room to get in line when the presentation ends. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item number 2? Can I have a motion to approve the July 13th and August 10th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Okay. Seconded by, thank you, Commissioner Mundo. So we have a motion by Commissioner Carrillo, seconded by Commissioner Mundo. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. So we're going to move the agenda items around today just to accommodate the schedules of some of our panelists, and we're going to begin with item 6. So agenda item 6, we're going to be discussing and taking appropriate action on collaboration with the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission on school resource deputies and the connection to probation and the school to prison pipeline. Wendy will provide this report and ask for the commission's support of this work. If you'd like to provide a public comment on this item, please raise your hand now on WebEx. If you're in the room, you can approach the front of the room to get in line when the presentation ends. Wendy?
Thank you. And I want to be clear that my intention of the presentation today is introductory in the sense that it is asking the Commission for your support on our collaboration with the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission and a number of community groups on addressing a very major issue that deserves a lot of attention and a very thorough presentation, which we will not be giving today. That's going to be the collection of a significant amount of our work over the next couple of years. That issue is the relationship between what happens at our schools and the probation department and the criminal justice system. This is an issue that is very important to me. As many of you know, my career when I entered into public service and the world of social justice was in working with schools to help to address the school to prison pipeline, in particular with restorative justice programs and leaning away from punitive discipline and towards rehabilitative approaches to keep youth in school. That has not been the subject of the Probation Oversight Commission's focus of our work, since the focus has been on sort of the other end of the juvenile justice system in juvenile institutions. But those issues certainly contribute to young people who end up in the institutions. I'll say when I was conducting with the commissioners the inspection at Barry J. Nydorf, I had the opportunity to speak to a couple of young people who repeated a story that I've heard many times over the last 25 years of my career, which is that they see the initiation of their experience in the juvenile justice system having started when they were identified as causing problems in their classrooms as very, very young children who then were identified as having special needs, needing special education, and then being disciplined for their behavior. And that work contributes directly into the conversation around school resource deputies, school-based probation officers, law enforcement on school campuses. So I think that the role of the Civilian Oversight Commission over the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Oversight Commission are generally very much separate, with the Civilian Oversight Commission reviewing the Sheriff's Department and the jails, and us focused on the Probation Department, both for adults and youth. But this is one area in which there's a pretty significant overlap, because school resource deputies who are sheriffs are employees of the Sheriff's Department. Yet, if they are to arrest a young person and then get them through with charges, they will be coming into the Probation Department. So there is a very clear overlap. There's also been a lot of conversation recently, including thousands of, and I'm not exaggerating, public comments that have come into the Civilian Oversight Commission around concerns about sheriff's resource deputies on campuses. And there is a lot of conversation happening at the leadership level of the county about how to address those. So I would like to ask your support in terms of the Probation Oversight Commission supporting and collaborating in the work with the board and the Civilian Oversight Commission in addressing this issue, in particular in how it impacts eventually the population of young people in the county on field probation and incarcerated. So I know we have a few people here to make public comments, and I will ask that to happen first before you all ask your questions so that we can help clarify that. But I'd like to ask for your support in that collaboration and moving forward with studying this issue more and addressing how we can continue to reduce the reliance on incarceration by stopping the pipeline to incarceration at the school level. Thank you. I know we have a couple of people who want to give public comment in the audience here. If you'd like to do that, you can go ahead and step up to the podium. And then I will ask my team to look at the list of folks who are online who would like to make public comment. Again, please raise your hand. If you're calling in on the phone, if you dial *3 on your phone, it will raise your hand and we'll see your number in the queue. So we'll start with public comment in the room and then move forward. And I think, am I doing the timer myself up here? Are we gonna? Yes, okay. Okay, you can begin.
Good morning. My name is Raquel Derfler, and I'm here with Cancel the Contract AV. We are a community-led grassroots campaign addressing law enforcement violence and racism and reimagining care for our communities. So I could share data with you that illustrates how school resource deputies in the Antelope Valley are fast-tracking students into the school to prison pipeline, but I'm here today as an advocate for children and to share one student's story with you in hopes that this will spur your commission into action. So this is the story of Michaela Robinson. She is a 16-year-old Lancaster High Black student with special needs. She was body slammed by the school resource deputy in full view of school officials who did nothing to intervene on her behalf. And the entire incident was caught on video. So news reports lay out, according to a claim that she's filed against the school district and the sheriff's department, that the resource deputy approached her, demanded to see her phone. So this is the crime that she was accused of. So when she denied handing her phone over to that deputy, he tried to grab the phone from her and she started walking away, holding the phone against her chest. The deputy then followed Robinson, the young lady, grabbed her forcefully by the arms and torso and body slammed her to the ground and then straddled her for about 30 seconds. So then she was then transported about 50 miles away from Lancaster to the juvenile hall there in Sylmar, where her mother was able to pick her up around 8 p.m. And at this point, no one had ever called to let them know that her child was not there in school. So her claim alleges that when she returned to school the next day, the deputy continued to engage in highly inappropriate conduct by mocking and teasing and harassing her. The district and the sheriff's department never investigated or disciplined or removed or even stopped the deputy's behavior. So currently, when a student has an issue with that school resource deputy, the only place to file that is with the sheriff's department. So really, that's not an option for students, because how do you expect them to then go back into the same environment, with the deputy they filed the complaint on? So thank you.
Thank you. That's a new dinger. I don't know how I feel about it. Thank you for being here. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you as well. Good morning, staff. Good morning, community. My name is Tavakas Dawson. I'm the CEO of Quality Care Recovery and the Hurt Help Group, and I'm also the author of the Hurt Help book. Director Julian, you spoke about schools to the prison pipeline and resources and the deputy resources. A big concern in the community when I'm working with the families, they want to know what type of resources do y'all have for the youth. Reason being, a lot of our, disadvantaged communities, they don't have resources. They can't afford therapy. They can't afford counseling. Another big thing is probation officer, law enforcement is not understanding those communities, especially if they don't come from those areas. So they wanted to know what type of resources do y'all have to bring those two entities, those two communities together. And you spoke about organizations being able to have a resource like that. And I just wanted to stand and say that we do have something like that in the community, and I want to be able to present that to y'all after the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, while we transition to virtual comment, I will say I was remiss in not mentioning that a big part of this work was actually instigated in terms of the collaboration by our colleagues at the Office of Inspector General. And they have a report that I highly recommend reading that lists quite a bit of research about the contacts between school resource deputies and children in schools. So the collaboration with COC, the Civilian Oversight Commission, also includes significant collaboration with the Office of Inspector General. With that, we'll go to the virtual comments. Do we have anybody signed up? Okay. Okay. Is it it's a name or it's a phone number? Acosta, we're going to unmute you, and if you can try to speak, and we'll see if we've got you unmuted. Okay, you can begin. I don't hear it as if the line is open, but maybe I can't hear that. Okay. Lupe Ross, we're going to unmute you. You may have to click the unmute button yourself as well. Ms. Ross, are you able to hear us? Okay, we'll be happy to take future public comments on this item if you weren't able to speak during this section. But with that, if there's no one else in the room who'd like to make comment, then I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Kakani, Chair Kakani.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? We can just go in order, starting with Commissioner Mundo. Is there anyone next to you, Commissioner Mundo? Oh, okay. Commissioner Canales? Okay. Commissioner Terry? Commissioner Carrillo?
Yes.
Okay, by all means.
Wendy, just for clarification, the research would be, obviously we can't really determine the outcome at this point, but the research is to see historically what the deputy's role has been. Is this county-wide? Is this specific parts of the county we're focusing on?
That's a great question. So the research that OIG has conducted is significant and looks at, not all school resource deputies are sheriffs. Many school resource deputies are school resource officers who are police officers who belong to the city in which the school is located. So the focus of the research has been on school resource deputies because of the sheriff's department and the county connection there. Although when you look at the public comment that's come into the Civilian Oversight Commission, it also includes lots of people who have experience with non-sheriff's deputies who are on campuses. But the The research that's been conducted, I think, I don't want to speak for the OIG, but maybe Eric can respond to this. I believe the OIG is interested in continuing to pursue that research. There were a lot of outcomes and recommendations that came out of that research, including concerns about contacts with very young children, including racial disparities, and some particular focus on the Antelope Valley. That's where a lot of the advocacy work has happened, is in SD5 in the Antelope Valley. But certainly there is interest in this topic throughout the county. The Probation Oversight Commission role much more would be about outreach and communication with families and youth rather than actually conducting the research, although there may eventually come a time in which there is research that could be conducted regarding school-based probation officers and that role, but that's definitely a future endeavor.
One other question is, will the research capture a certain radius around the schools, or is it strictly what happens on campus?
Eric, does the report, it's focused on campus, yes?
I believe it is on campus, but that's a different unit within my office, so I really don't know the details of what their report is and actually also what they plan on doing. But I believe it is within the schools itself.
My understanding is that it varies by school, that there are some school resource deputies that are focused on the actual in-school. They're mostly in-school and in communication with school administration. The contracts are with school districts. So while the work might spill out into surrounding communities, the focus is on what's actually happening on campus.
I've just heard stories about students walking to school, being harassed, backpack searched. And so it's sort of like a spillover from the job that they're conducting before school begins, sort of like around whatever radius of the school. And so maybe just to flag that for
Great.
future studies and research.
Thank you.
That is all.
So I think what I'm asking for is your support to go forward with this topic, if I can. Yeah, please.
Now that Commissioner Garcia-Ley is here, just wanted to check in and see if you had any questions or comments related to the POC, or Wendy and the POC staff kind of taking a closer look at the relationship between school resource deputies, sheriffs in schools, and the impact that it has on them entering the probation system. I just had a quick question as it relates, you brought up school-based probation. I don't know if this is the time to raise that or if it's, because it feels directly connected.
I agree that it's directly connected. And I think that it's, when we talk about the issue of law enforcement on school campuses, it's important to include all the research and the advocacy that's been done around school resource deputies and school resource officers on campus, but that the influence of school probation officers is much more directly under our purview as the Probation Oversight Commission. And while it has not been the subject of most of the public comments that come in that are more focused on traditional law enforcement, it certainly is something that I think we could take a deeper dive into in terms of looking at statistics and what role school-based probation plays, positive or negative, in the school-to-prison pipeline.
I guess my ask then is if we could make a specific inquiry into how many school-based probation officers are there, which schools are they in, the number of contacts that they have with youth on probation, not on probation, and how many of those contacts result in either arrest or violation of probation. Yes, Commissioner Canales.
I was wondering, for the school resource officers, because I remember there was a shooting like last year or something like that. Are the school resource officers armed with anything, tasers, pepper spray, or anything that you know of? And will that be included in research?
One of Raquel, who's in the audience, is an expert on this issue. So I don't want to answer incorrectly. And I think that one of the challenges is, and this is actually brought up in the OIG's report, is the difference between, so since we have so many law enforcement agencies in the county, and also there are school security So there is a lot of variation of who is on campuses, depending on where you are, what jurisdiction you're in. And so there isn't a broad-based answer to that question about, is everyone armed? Is everyone not armed? Is everyone on campus? Do they spill off campus? I think there's a lot of variation to this. And there is quite a bit of research that's been done both by the community advocacy groups and the OIG. And I'm happy to bring that back to you in the form of a presentation. I'm actually thinking about Commissioner Kakani's suggestion and the report you're going to hear from Commissioner Garcia-Lay's later today about the data committee, and the idea that this would be a perfect question to pose to the probation department to come to us with a presentation about what they're doing in terms of school-based probation officers, and how they're evaluating the outcomes and effectiveness of that. And that hopefully at that point we could ask the more specific questions of the departments.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I don't think anyone, oh yes, Commissioner Mundo.
I just wanted to add to the list for probation. I like the funding sources. How many are contracted by the city? How many are paid through the probation budget itself? And how many are paid through the JJCPA? The other thing I would like to know is if they're used to contact kids that are not on probation, and in what capacity and how that looks.
Okay, so I don't think there's any objection or opposition to the POC taking on this collaboration. I don't know if there's. Okay. So, Commissioner Carrillo?
Just to add one more thing. I'm just curious now about the training that these folks get to work with the students. So if we can find out what that is, that'll be very helpful.
Absolutely. That's actually one of the main pillars of the public comment that's come in, is about the training of officers. And I think it relates to school-based probation officers as well.
Wendy, may I add something? I just wanted to let everyone know that our report was issued April 18th of this year, and it's a report back on improving school climate and safety, and it's on the OIG website.
Okay. We don't need to make a motion or anything like that. We're good to go? Okay. All right, then I'm going to take us back to our regular, I guess it's still out of order, but so we have to move some agenda items around because of panelists' schedules. And so we're going to move to agenda item 7. We're thankful that Bureau Chief Scott Sanders could be here this morning, but he needs to leave early because he's attending and speaking at a graduation ceremony for one of the young men at Campus Kilpatrick who's graduating with his associate's degree today. So agenda item 7 is where we will discuss and take appropriate action on progress with the Board of State and Community Correction, also known as the BSCC's Title 15 and Title 24 standards, and BSCC required community action, I think it's corrective action plans actually, at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall and Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall. Albert Banuelos was not available to present on this item, but Bureau Chief Sanders will present on his behalf on Los Padrinos, Barry J. Nydorf as the SYTF, again, because those two facilities were found out of compliance with the minimum standards connected to Title 15 back in August.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. And so, yes, I am excited about this afternoon's graduation. I'm glad that you mentioned that we have a young man at Campus Kilpatrick that will be receiving his AA degree this afternoon. So after I do this, I will be going there. So we had our BSCC inspection in August of both facilities. Barry J was August 7th through the 11th, and LP the following week, the 14th through the 18th. There's a cap for both of the inspections, and they're very similar. Both, so I can give you an overview of both, and I think it'll cover for most of it. I'll speak as well as I can for LP. So I'll start with Title 24. So everyone knows we moved LP. We finished the movement July 18th of all the young folks to LP. So there was a phase approach to opening units. The first phase was approved then, the BSC approved the first few buildings. So a week ago, they went, Ms. Southwell was in town to observe and see where the progress was for the second phase. She approved one building going online. There's two left. She had a couple of questions and some things that still need to happen. Furniture going in and just some basic housekeeping things. She'll go back probably because she's here this week inspecting camps this week and next week. So sometime before she leaves, she'll go back, and we anticipate that she will give approval to bring the rest of the buildings online to complete phase 2. So that's the Title 24 portion of the inspection. So to go to the CAP, I can go to the CAP. While she was here, we took full advantage of her offer for technical assistance as we realized that there were things that needed to be addressed and fixed. So the CAP would be shorter. So we were able to fix some things while she was in town that didn't actually go on the CAP. So there are 10 areas, 10 items on the CAP, excuse me, that are being addressed, and I'll go through those briefly. The first one is staffing, and we understand that staffing drives a lot of the other areas. 2 was staff orientation and training, and that's specific training for staff that are going to supervise young folks in our facilities. 3 was more specific for, excuse me, for Barry J, and it's a policy manual. And the reason why that is a CAP is because we had to create, excuse me, a manual that was specific for SYTF, in that it's a new bureau. We had to go and generally some things are general for all of our facilities, but we had to go make specific entries for that. So that is in progress right now. We're working with our policy unit to make sure that we dot all the I's, cross all the T's. So we expect that to be completed in the next couple of weeks. That's in the CAP. And then it'll go to labor and then go to staff for the complete training and vetting. 4 was safety checks. We have a fairly new system where it's an electronic safety check, where there's a device where you check it as you go down the hallway, and it actually alerts that the safety check was completed at the times, and it will record it. That was a CAP, and part of it might have been a little bit of electronic. Any new system, you're going to have some glitches. We've worked out the glitches, but then also what we've done is we put in place where there's an extra device. We have somebody who's monitoring safety checks the entire day. So if I'm late on a check, there's going to be an alert, and somebody's going to call and say, hey, make sure you do your check. And any check that is missed for whatever reason, there has to be requisite documentation. So that's being monitored on a daily basis to make sure that we're in compliance with that. Orientation is the 5th one. And when I say orientation, I mean orienting youth to the facility. So it has to be specific, it has to be site specific. We always have had orientation for all youth that came in, but with SYTF being new, we created a new document that speaks to SYTF, the stages that the youth go through, and everything that's particular just for SYTF. Use of force training was the 6th one, and that's for all of our staff. We've already done a T for T for all of our staff. We've actually trained 14 staff to train the remainder of staff in the facility. And we have completion dates, and I'll go back to that. We have completion dates for all of these that will be well ahead of when she comes back for the 90 days. So the curriculum has already been done. We've identified all the staff who need to have the use of force training, updated training to the policy. That is already done. The curriculum is already set. Staff have been trained, and we will be training them through the month of November. So searches is number 7. And when I say searches, there is an expectation of a requisite amount of searches that happen during the week. What it appears was happening is it wasn't actually captured on the document. So we've revised the document, done a training memo to all the staff so they understand it. The searches were taking place. We know this, but it's only as good as the documentation. If you can't prove that you did it, it doesn't matter. So that has already been addressed. And as I go through these, some of these this is one that's already been addressed and fixed. And so the dates on the CAP, every area has a separate date saying when we plan to have it implemented. So this has already been done. Number 8 in the CAP is the education program. And when I say the education program, I'm talking about attendance and timeliness to delivering the youth to school. So for Barry J, for sure, we have accomplished this goal probably a month, maybe longer than that ago. So we have documentation that indicates what times youth made it to school and the days if there were a reason that the youth did not make it to school. So the director on duty every day, every shift is responsible to make sure that, well, that they make sure the kids are in school. Not only are they there, but to make sure that they're in school. And if there's a reason that Scott did not go to school, it has to be documented. There's no reason that a unit can not deliver the youth to school without the director knowing this. Programs and exercise kind of goes with 10. A lot of these kind of overlap. So the programs and recreation is simply meaning that we're making sure that the youth get to the program and that the programs are appropriate, age appropriate and engaging for the youth. Recreation and exercise means that the youth are afforded the opportunity and the times to go outside for the exercise and to do what's on our calendar. So we have a calendar that indicates what program and what kind of activity is happening at a certain time, a certain day. We ensure, and we have a rec log, again, that the director on duty every day signs off to ensure that this happened, that the youth get out and that they're participating in the programs as prescribed. And the last one is discipline. And when they say discipline, it does not mean discipline. It really actually means a program. It's our BMP program, behavior management, but it's the updated version of it with SYTF to make sure that the youth go through stages and that there's incentives to correct behavior, to incentivize behavior, merit ladders, so we get more rewards for good behavior. So these are all 10 of them. I can go back through and give you a little bit more specifics, but I will say this, that the CAP was completed, the draft was completed yesterday, delivered, forwarded to BSCC. We actually got a response this morning that they're reviewing it now, and we're open, of course, to any corrections or anything that we might need to address and add to it. So we wanted to get it to BSCC well ahead of the date. The CAP date was October 10th. We sent it yesterday because we didn't want to run into a time issue where we couldn't address and update the CAP. We also sent, along with the CAP, a number of attachments to support and demonstrate compliance for things that we already are in compliance with. So that's already with a BSCC right now. So I'm open for questions.
Okay. Public comment? All right, sorry. Thank you for those updates. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comment for item number 7?
Please, if you want to make public comment and you're in the room, you can queue up behind the podium. And I'm looking at Janae. I don't believe we have any written comment on this item yet. If you'd like to make written comment, please send us an email at info@poc.lacounty.gov. And if you'd like to make comment on the WebEx, you can join us right here. If you'd like to make comment on the WebEx, please use the raise your hand function or dial *3. And if you have any trouble with that, send a message to the host and we'll get you in the queue. Anyone in the room who'd like to make public comment on this item? Good morning, Mr. Mendoza.
Morning, Commissioners. I had a question about the orientation.
Can you hear
I know
me?
that we worked on the Youth Bill of Rights.
It's not coming through.
That's part of the orientation that you're including in that process, explaining the Youth Bill of Rights to the young people. I think that's important, and also the ombudsman process and all that. So I just wanted to ask around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chief Sanders, you spoke about what else that you could add to the.
But it's not coming
process that we
through.
already have. Our biggest concern with incarceration confinement was when COVID hit.
I don't
A
know.
lot of the
It should
programs
come in
got
the
shut
speaker,
down
right?
and they didn't have access to it. So moving forward, I would ask, what type of program or what type of literature can y'all give to where they can actually have therapy or counseling within their confinement? So that was it. Thanks.
Hello. It's not.
Any other comments in the room? Okay, we will move to our virtual public comments.
Hello, hello. Is it coming through? The sound? The sound's not coming through.
Okay, so I think we're having some sound issues with getting
Yes, this one's unmuted.
getting the unmute function to work. So if you'll give us just a few seconds to try to
No,
figure it
but
out.
this is for the sharing. Yes, hello, talking. It should come through there. Right now. Should I start video? No, right?
I think the folks online can hear you all now speaking.
They can hear us, but it's about getting their voice function to come through.
Got it. Okay, are we ready to try it? And who do we have in the queue? We'll start with Adrina. Welcome back, Adrina. We're going to unmute you and hopefully we can hear you.
Not sure if you could hear me, but
Oh, we can. We can.
oh, okay, I can hear
Yes.
myself.
Okay, great.
On the other end.
You can
Okay.
begin. Thank you.
I'm not sure because I kind of just came into this meeting, so I'm not sure if the comments were that Scott Sanders said were something that was already implemented or something they're going to implement. But as far as my comments on school programs, from my understanding, Los Padrinos, the door is broken, so the kids aren't going to school for that. That's the excuse that they gave me. And then not to mention that when they do take them into school, they get all the kids and they put all the kids from different grades in one classroom and expect the teacher to teach 4 different grades at once, which makes absolutely no sense to me. You got to divide them into their own separate grades and teach them individually. Like, how can you teach a 12th grader than to teach a 9th grader the same criteria? And then that's what also disrupts and brings confusion to the kids. I talking to my son recently. There is no outside activities. He'll probably go outside once or twice a week if he's lucky. So that's something that also needs to fix. And I would also like to have a detail of what programs are made available so I could let my son know, hey, at this time, there's these programs you could go do so he won't be in confinement 24 hours. And I just kind of want a breakdown of this as well, too, just so I could make sure my son could take advantage of the resources that are made available to him so he could come out successful instead of them crippling his advantage to survive in the future. And that's pretty much just my public comment. Thank you.
Hello? I can't hear you guys now. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hi, this is Sam Leonard. I can hear you guys now.
Great. You can begin.
Okay, sorry to bother. Thank you all for your time and attention. If this question is off point, feel free to ignore me. And if you don't have the data, you may not be able to answer it. But the LA County Public Defender's Office attorneys are having problems visiting clients and taking phone calls to the units to speak to them. Do you have any idea if and when these problems will be remedied?
Samuel, I'm going to ask you to say that one more time. I had trouble hearing it. I know you're asking about phone calls, but if you could just repeat your comment or question.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll try and be more clear then. Two issues. One, attorney visits and attorney phone calls to units. Both are quite problematic right now. I'm hoping there's a timeline for these being remedied. I apologize if this is off point, but it's the closest point of contact I could see on your menu today. Thanks.
Not off point, and we heard you that time, so we will list that among the questions. Next up, we have Aditi Sharekar. Aditi, we're going to unmute you. Aditi, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Hi, Aditi Sharekar with Children's Defense Fund, California. I want to highlight the presentation given by probation really makes it seem like a lot of these violations are just paperwork violations or training violations, and that they're not, serious, because it's all about, oh, we don't have the right paperwork in order. Oh, we just need to get people trained. But if you look closely at these inspection reports, these violations are a lot more serious than that. Staff not being trained on use of force or OC spray can have real consequences for the young people inside. That means that young people are being pepper sprayed with a chemical agent that can cause respiratory distress, burning of every part of their skin and eyes, long-term mental anguish and trauma. This is not just a matter of not completing a few trainings here and there. These are serious violations. Safety checks, I don't need to remind anybody what the tragic consequences are when safety checks are not conducted. And I don't believe for one second that the only issue is that they're not being documented, because I don't think I heard anything about the fact that the safety checks do occur every 15 minutes. It sounds like probation is trying to make it seem like these are all paperwork issues, and reading these violations in depth on the inspection report tells me something different. Not being able to implement age-appropriate stimulating recreational activities is not a minor thing. These are young people whose lives are being cut short because of the trauma that they're enduring in these facilities. And to boil this all down to, don't worry, we'll just have a corrective action plan with the training in order, is just not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. Next up, we have Sir. Sir, we're going to unmute you.
Attempts at the progress made towards Title 15 and 24 standards. My question is about the merit based evaluations of the youth, and if there are similar evaluations of programs, and if those programs are teaching the youth about abolition, about the goal to ultimately replace probation and parole with youth development, and if the Title 15 and 24 standards in the Oversight Commission's opinion really targets that main goal, and if we're measuring the programs inside and these items for that main goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else signed up, Ismail? We got Samuel Leonard already. Crystal Jones, we're going to open your mic.
And coach for Crystal Clear Learning Foundation.
Crystal, can you start your comment over again from the beginning, and we'll start the clock over.
Sure. My name is Crystal Jones, representing Crystal Clear advocate and coach. Wanted to highlight the comment of the mother previously stating that all juveniles should be available to access of these services, and all mothers and parents or guardians should have access to the list of programs offered to improve and better their children's lives. I, as an agency, since I am an advocate, would like to know the same. What are these programs? How do we access these programs? And how do we know the eligibility requirement? How can tangible needed guidance, mentorship, and leadership? Yes, this is a correctional facility. However, our kids are humans and individuals who need restoring, rebuilding, and healing environments and lack of having structure. Love and care and correction with the best interest in mind is crucial to the juveniles in the system, our communities, and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Anybody else on the queue? Okay, Acosta, we have you back now. We're going to unmute you. We'll open your mic and you can unmute yourself.
Okay, good morning. I wanted to talk about the Title 24 standards of the juvenile facilities. The minimum standards for the children are not really being set in regards of pretty much visitations. I'm going to talk about visitations right now. Visitations for Los Padrinos, it's out of control. They limited the Silmar 2 hours into 1 hour of visitations, or 45 minutes, I should say. In regards to that, back on to the Title 15, the programs for the kids, they're not getting any programs that they're required since January, and we're already past January. So there've been a couple months that they've been implanting this plan, and there was no action. In regards of school, I haven't got any updates of school either. I know this trimester ended. Also, there hasn't been no update on when the children were transferred from Silmar to Los Padrinos. Still hadn't got no answer, no phone call, no letter. In regards of families that still need an answer, it's just a lot of concerns for the children that's going in there, and 10 minutes of phone call a week is not enough for a mother to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? I didn't hear you. Lena Mallet, thank you. Lena Mallet, we're going to open your mic.
Children's Defense Fund, California. I just want to uplift comments that have been raised by the two mothers that called in. I hear like it sounds like there are paperwork and bureaucratic solutions being put in place, but like Aditi raised earlier, this is not a paperwork issue. These are children's lives. The fact that they aren't getting quality access to their education, that visitation is being impaired in ways that are obstructing family connections, that attorneys aren't able to get in contact with the youth in person or over the phone, that they don't have access to quality programs or any programs, and if there are programs going on that they don't even know scheduling or requirements that would allow them to engage meaningfully. And I just really hope that we don't skate past this, and that we continue to uplift the needs of these youth. Yeah, signed paperwork is not a success for our community and for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our public comments. Chair Connie, do you want me to read the specific questions that I wrote down for Bureau Chief Sanders? Also, I can barely stand to hear my voice once. The echo is intolerable. I'd also like to welcome Interim Chief Guillermo Vieira-Rosa, who has joined us. And so the questions that I heard, Bureau Chief Sanders, is the Youth Bill of Rights included in orientation? A lot of questions about programs, including those that were eliminated during COVID, and also the impact the move to Los Padrinos has had on programming. Are these things you're announcing as part of the corrective plan already implemented? Or are they things that are planning to be implemented? Questions about attorney visits and phone calls, eligibility requirements for programs, the 10-minute limits on phone calls, notice of the move.
Okay, so that's a lot. So let me try to, I'll start from where I remember. So for the orientation package, so the Bill of Rights, all of that, the question for that, yes, that is included. And that was updated in the new orientation packet. So that's a yes. What was the next one? I'm sorry, Monte. So programming, age appropriate programming, there's a real push for bringing programs that are effective for youth since COVID. So that is true. There was a drop off after COVID, but since then, yes, there has been a real push to bring in programs that will help the youth get what they need, the services they need. We surveyed youth both at, and this has been a while ago, so this was probably before the move even happened, to find out what youth wanted, what programs were important to them. So those are the programs that we're seeking right now. We've even created a section where we have a manager that's her sole job to meet with, to search out for the type of programs that our youth need. And that's for Los Padrinos, and we're doing the same thing with SYTF.
Are these things being implemented already, or
Yes.
planning to be implemented?
No, those are work in progress as we speak.
All right, and then can you talk about attorney visits and attorney phone call access?
Yes, so some of that I'll have to actually look into, because I wasn't aware that was a real issue, but we will look into that because we understand that youth need to have access to that and attorneys need to have access to them too.
I don't want to speak for the public commenter at all, but I would imagine, I'm looking at the commissioners, so I know I've been spending a lot of time there, that call is regarding Los Padrinos. That comment is regarding Los Padrinos. Yes.
That's what I thought.
Right. I would assume.
Yes.
Okay. The sufficiency of the number of minutes of phone calls?
So I need to look at that also. I don't want to give an answer that's not correct today. I can look at that and come back and speak later to phone calls and access to.
I'm going to pass it to the commissioners for any questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Mundo and make our way down. Okay. Commissioner Garcia-Lays?
Thank you. So you said the cap was, or draft of the cap was submitted. So first, thank you for getting that in advance of the day of the deadline, which was a problem last time. How long is it?
I'm sorry?
Like how many pages?
It's about 5 or 6 pages, but there's several attachments that go along with it.
Do you have it with you?
The draft?
Yes.
Yes and no. I have the draft that we were working on, so yes.
Okay, because we haven't seen it. That's right, yes, okay. So you began by saying that staffing was, the top issue and many of the others connected to that, but you did not say what the plan says as far as staffing. Can you read it or summarize what the plan is for staffing?
I can. So we have two. So the one of the plans is obviously bringing folks back to work who are supposed to be at work. That's plan A. But in the interim, we've reassigned staff from the field, and we're still deploying staff to make sure that we meet our minimum numbers per shift every day. So that's what's happening right now. So that is having an effect on the programming and getting youth to where they're supposed to be and the programs that they're supposed to have.
But wasn't that happening when the inspection happened that found the areas of noncompliance?
Yes, but so the question was what we were doing, and that is what we're doing. We've ramped it up since then. And so some of the documents that we submitted were proof that the staffing did not preclude youth to getting to school and having recreation. And there are logs that indicate that.
Okay. Is there anything in the plan about reducing the population to better match the amount of staff we have available?
Not in this plan.
That's all I have for the moment.
Commissioner Canales? Commissioner Terry?
Hi, just 2 questions. One, that's great to hear there's a unit set up for the programming. What does the search process look like? You said someone was kind of actively searching for programs to come in, because I know programs often come to these meetings and they say they want to get in, and then we know there's that, it's like the master service list agreement. is it a really lengthy process? Because it seems like there are programs out there. How do we get them in?
So what we've done lately is because we've identified someone that just does that to maneuver through the process to get it done faster. That's their job. That's their sole job. So and we're also doing the same thing on the SYTF side, because some programs might work for both sites. So it's kind of a joint process. So we're working with our contracts. We're looking at where MOUs have to be written. Some are already done. We just need to see if they need to be executed and where we need to go with those. So in the last month, we've, at least for SYTF, I can say for sure, we've a couple of programs came online, and the next meeting, Wendy, I want to be able to talk about some more programs because I will be able to say that this actually happened. I don't always want to say what we're planning to do and we're going to do this. That doesn't always go over well. I want to be able to come back and say, September 30th, this program actually happened. And then so we can start looking at outcomes. And one thing we have to do, though, is we have to vet programs. Just to say you have a lot of programs to fill up a calendar, if they're not providing what needs to be provided, we have to look at those things.
Okay, and just one more question about the training that's happening and the train the trainers, which seems good because I think that's been an idea for a minute now. How do you all determine the effectiveness of those trainings? And are there follow-ups? How are staff feeling about the trainings? Like, what's that feedback been like?
So I'll speak for the use of force training. So last Saturday, we had our training office, their professors come out and train our staff. So they're on the cert. They went through the entire curriculum to understand what needs to happen. So this is not the first time we've done the train for trainer, but this is the best way to get it done in an effective and kind of expeditious manner. So our staff are good with that. They're going to train on site. So that makes it we don't have to send you off site to get trained. So you're right there. I think we have more of a hands-on, and we can actually identify who still needs training. We're looking, so for sure, for use of force. So for the policy, this is for the policy piece of that hadn't been done. So there's a lot of staff who need it. And the only way to get it done to meet the cap is to do the T for T model. So there'll be fidelity in that because the folks who actually train the T for T are going to actually train alongside them to make sure that it's going the right way. We always do surveys at the end of our training so staff can give feedback. This was good, this was not good, we need to work on these things. So all those things are looked at our training site and on the ground also.
Commissioner Carrillo?
Sanders, I got two topics here, two questions. One is recapping what happened about a week and a half ago when I visited LP. And, I get it, lawyers should have priority to get in and see their clients, but waiting for about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours to get in as commissioner was not cool. And, being very patient with the ship change or folks just waiting for an escort, I get it. But it's still not fair. Not sure what can happen or what number we can call to sort of help alleviate that.
So we'll work on that, and sort of giving you my number. We'll make sure that's taken care of.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I was actually on ground that day and had the understanding that somebody was escorting you. So my apologies, and I think from this point forward, should you, and I hope it never happens again, find yourself in that predicament, call me or email me, and we'll make sure that you have updated.
Thank you, Chief. What was interesting about my delay in the lobby was that I saw folks who were, assigned to the field coming in to do their part. And I interacted with them. And they asked me to share back, and I'm sharing it now with you, that as much as they want to be team players and they're showing up and doing that, their work back at the office is lagging. And these are inspections, these are folks need to be monitored. This is paperwork that is expecting to be completed for a number of reasons. And to see the breakdown there and listen to it firsthand, I love their commitment to the department, but when they're making a grievance of that magnitude, it really sounded like a liability for their actual field job, things can fall through the cracks. So I'm sure this is nothing new for the department, but I just want to make sure I did my part and shared that. I've been talking about behavior for a bit now, and I just, one of the reasons why I went to LP was to kind of see what was going on, and I spoke to the folks who conduct the initial behavioral orientation from the moment they arrive or soon after they arrive. And I got the pamphlet, and so you're right, all that you said is actually in there. My concern is when I then entered the units, what was in the pamphlet was not mirroring real life behavior in the units. And my question is, who is holding the youth either accountable or reminding them about some basic behavior, about just basic manners or basic interacting with adults and so on? My long-term concern is that we're really doing a disservice on the most simplest things that we can have a good grip on, which is if a youth is here for a few weeks on the low end, he has been practicing forms of disrespect on a level that I haven't seen in my life. You know, when a commissioner walks in, they don't know who I am, but to be cussed out as I'm walking in the door and almost even like attacked, and the staff are just watching this all go down, that shouldn't be happening. And so as much as you want to highlight that there's an actual protocol and kids are being reminded about some basic low-hanging behavior, I'm really concerned about what adults who are working there are making sure that that orientation is being adhered to.
So we share your same concerns. So we see those, and in that the mesh of the facility and things are settling. We're looking at who's where. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be meeting with management about maybe readjusting and looking at who's who and who's where, and build the right teams to be able to hold youth accountable to those things.
But staff, you're right.
Staff also, I get that, but youth too. So in answering your question, it's not lost. So we see it too. It's a major concern.
Commissioner Mundo.
So the people that are being reassigned, are they forcefully being reassigned, or are they volunteering to go to your facility? Then with regards to deployment, how does that look? I've been at Los Padrinos a few times on Sunday, and I've spoken to staff, and it seems very random. And so for your facility, I know you can't speak for Los Padrinos, is there does it basically just generate itself when they show up for work, they're deployed?
So before you answer, sorry, Mr. Sanders, Commissioner Mundo, I think the chief will address that in his presentation is what's been shared with me. So maybe, and I know that Mr. Sanders has to leave to get to Kilpatrick, so I don't know if we wait, if we can table that for that part. Any other questions on this side?
Those were just my two questions.
I have some questions, but they might overlap with the OIG's presentation as it relates to visitation, as it relates to OC spray. Can you remind me, Mr. Bates, if visitation is part of the OIG's monitoring of compliance with the DOJ settlement? Okay. Does that include attorney visitation? Okay, so then I'll hold those questions. Mr. Sanders, you shared that there was some sort of inventory that was done of what youth wanted in terms of programming. Yes. Can you share that? Not obviously in this moment, but is that something that you can share with the commission?
Oh, the survey we took for the youth, yes.
Yeah, the survey and the results.
Yes.
Okay. And then I know that you were covering both LP and Barry J, but you didn't mention a fire safety plan for LP, the progress on reducing the use of room confinement, the process around when it's determined a young person needs to be restrained around movement, and discipline. And I mean, fire safety was an issue around compliance related to Barry J, so feels like something that we should prioritize. Room confinement also. I was at LP a few weeks ago. A number of the young folks said that they spend far too much time in their rooms and that there wasn't much change in that. So, and then use of restraints also between transportation within the facility and outside of the facility. I was shocked when we were at Central and I saw a young person shackled at his wrists and his ankles during an eye exam. And not a single person was able to share why it was that that young person needed to be restrained in that way during an eye exam. Actually, both of the probation officers there said that he's actually a really good kid who's very respectful. And that level of like dehumanization, I think folks just ignore it. They've become numb to it. It's become normalized. And it was wildly shocking for me to see as someone who doesn't see that on a daily basis. But I lift that up because it seems like it's just like standard protocol in a way that it shouldn't be. And so that's why I'm lifting up the use of restraints, and there wasn't really any presentation around that. So I don't know if you have any updates. Again, that was specific to LP, so I don't know if you have information around that.
So some of that I'll have to look into a little more, and we'll be able to report back.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay. Yes.
I just want to say we have the copy of that survey and we'll send it out to the commissioners. Yes.
Yes, that's it in terms of questions. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Sanders, for joining our panel on this item. I guess you can be excused at this time. Was there a specific agenda item that? Oh, okay. All right, then, sorry. So, Mr. Sanders, if you need to head out. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Canales.
Did ask me. I just want to kind of tail off your question. In regards to the survey, was it given to every single individual youth, and was it anonymous? Because some of the feedback that I've gotten on some of the programs, I'm a little bit concerned as to what's actually being offered and if they're benefiting. But then I'm also concerned that if they speak out against some of the programs, it's like they're shunned as the ones that won't cooperate, you know, so I'm just wanting to make sure about that part.
So to answer your question, yes, it was every youth had an opportunity to participate in the survey, and then yes, it was anonymous.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and since the chief is here, we might just go ahead and shift with the presentation that you may have.
Morning.
Sorry, just for a heads up. So the chief will make his presentation. We'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll turn to the commissioners for any questions.
I don't want to disappoint, and it's not a formal presentation, but I want, okay. It's been some time since I've been before you, so I just wanted to give from my perspective some of the updates of what has taken place in probation, and then make sure that I give enough time to answer your questions on the specific items. And I've jotted down a few already that I think I can provide some information. Last time I was here, I shared the vision in terms of the approach for probation and specifically with our juvenile population. And really, we were going to have a few values at the core of all of our policies and what we do. And I just want to go back on those. We've not changed course on that. We've been derailed by some of our challenges, but I want to assure you that I'm still committed to the values of approaching our juvenile operations from a multidisciplinary approach, and specifically with Los Padrinos, moving toward a joint ownership model. Now, that's been challenged by the violence and the safety risks that we've had, but that's not deterring us from long-term. This is aspirational. Where we want to be at the end of this is that when you visit the facility, you're visiting a place in which a community, the partners that are involved, the MH, education, probation, all have an equal voice on the decisions that are taking place on the services that are provided, that when we have challenges on the needs of a specific youth, that we are as a team responding to it, and that really whatever our next steps is, budget even, all of those things are being approached from that group, because we know that probation alone can't meet the needs of the youth. We're still committed to that. Despite the fact that you may not see on the surface progress toward it, I assure you that in terms of our policy and our orientation, I have not veered from that goal. The second is a specific focus on having smaller communities for our young people. The first element that you saw was a division between the predisposition youth and the folks that we now have at Nydorf, the SYTF. That's just the beginning of it. And the transition has been difficult to Los Padrinos. The population grew, not something that we anticipated to happen so quickly. But the commitment is still to, even on the campus of Los Padrinos, to divide it into smaller communities. The goal is to have communities of 50 or less. We know that works in camps. We know that is working at Nydorf. And I believe that that has to continue to be our focus with respect to Los Padrinos. So the hope is that in the near future, when you visit Los Padrinos, you'll really be asked what campus you're going to, and that you can physically see that there is a distinction and a separation from these smaller communities of youth, depending on age, depending on needs, and that really it'll be self-contained within that community, the services that are being provided, the education, and so forth. Makes it much more manageable, makes it a safer environment for the youth, but we're still going in that direction. Those are commitments that are still on the table, and we'll confront the challenges that we have to getting there, and so I welcome some of the questions and suggestions on what we should do and able to get there. Specifically, I'll answer a few of the questions that were posed before with respect to the cap. But this is an important area. I mean, we landed in this move in part because of what had been happening with our control agencies. And then here we are again with another challenge of making sure that we can meet those requirements from this control agencies. We are doing things slightly differently this time. The reason that the draft has been submitted to BSCC in advance is because we've asked for technical assistance, so that when the actual due date arrives, we don't have a guessing game whether it meets their requirements or not. And so the goal here is to provide them sufficient time to give us feedback, technical assistance, so that we can make any modifications necessary, and there's no surprise then when it actually goes to the board and they make a decision whether it's sufficient. The second is that since their last inspection, I've done an organizational shift in which the head of the compliance unit reports directly to me. This is an organizational shift in which I'll be receiving direct information with respect to our internal inspections and so forth, so that we don't have surprises and that that person has direct input on things that need to be changed. Now, some things are difficult, and we'll go to staffing, which is really the larger question here. There may be small things like the fire inspection pieces, which by having the compliance officer have direct access to me, literally their office is across from mine, that those can be remedied without it having to go to a CAP and then go through the entire process. Programming is, I can't express how important having someone that is dedicated to programming for all our juveniles, how important that is to me. And what Mr. Sanders described before, I think he undersold it a little bit, is the fact that we now have someone at a superintendent level in which their entire job is to really coordinate the type of programming that we have, the type of services that we have in, and make sure that we have a cohesive mechanism to deliver that. That's been a recent change since after we moved into Los Padrinos. That is someone that is separate from the running of those actual facilities, but is at the same level. That's that superintendent that is solely dedicated to this, and they have their own staff. And they have internal goals and expectations that we have in terms of seeing more programming. We've had some improvements. We know that kids are able to get out to, or young people are able to get out to recreation more. For example, use the pool. They've been going to school more. we're working on the tardiness. But I know that there are improvements there, but that's base level. Our goal is that when you visit one of our facilities and you go into one of the units, that you'll be able to see that everybody knows what programming is available and when, and by whom. And so that there's an anticipation that you know what the schedule is, you know what activities you'll have. The young people's network can also make decisions with respect to that, and that we're not guessing what will be delivered today or what will be delivered tomorrow. That's where we're headed. The restraints component that's shocking to me, because I've spent a lot of time at Los Padrinos, and that is not the norm, that is not the expectation. And simple movement of youth for normal activity and restraints is not what takes place. What I thought you were going to say is that they had just been involved in a fight, or that the medical staff had asked for them to be in restraints because they didn't feel safe. Because those things happen from time to time. But in the absence of any of those, no, that's not an acceptable practice.
Sorry, so this was at Central, a young person who had been transported to Central. And so I guess the default or the presumption is that a young person is shackled at their ankles and their feet during transportation, also shackled at their ankles and feet when they're walking through Central, and then shackled at their ankles and feet during the visit with the medical provider, whether it's the optometrist or the technician who does the x-rays, whoever it is. But
Yeah, I appreciate it. And that's why this is helpful to me, so I can go back and see if there's been something missing, communication or practice we can change. Transportation out of the facility, we know, is one of the highest risk activities. And it would be typical to handcuff someone when leaving the facility. Shackles during the procedure, all of that. I'm certainly going to go back and make sure that that's in line with my vision and my expectation. Now, if I may, because I think there is great interest, I know it's the bane of my existence, which is staffing and having the right amount of staff on site at both of our facilities at all time. It's paramount. Everything else I've said before is aspirational. Can't do any of it, despite best intentions, if there aren't enough staff to ensure there's a safe environment for the youth. To prevent youth violence, to prevent youth violence on providers that come. You know, one of the most difficult things is really sitting down with our partners and convincing them that we need more of their services, that we can't do this alone, that if I don't have a mental health clinician on site, then we can't de-escalate. That's outside the scope of our skill set, and we need them there. But then when they arrive saying it's too violent for us to be on site, it's sort of this revolving, was there a metaphor there there was some example there it's not coming to mind, but it makes it very difficult because we spend a whole lot of effort convincing folks that we need them. But then when they arrive, they make a very quick assessment that this is not a safe place for them to be, and then they abandon. The message that sends the young folks, the message that sends the probation staff is devastating. And then to convince folks to come back to us and say, no, we really are trying to create a different environment, but we can't do it without you, becomes even more difficult after they have experienced violence. I'm using all of probation's resources in these facilities. And so when you visit and you see that there are field staff that are not assigned to the facility, they're there because I've mandated them to do it. They're there because I've mandated staff to be there multiple times, no matter what their field assignment is, because we understand that we can't fail at this, that society has designated this as the place where these young folks have to go, and that there isn't an alternative in the short term for them. And that while they're there, they deserve to be in a place that is free of violence, in which they have opportunities for education, psychosocial assessments, and their needs to be met. And when we don't have enough staff on there, they default to youth on youth violence. They default to what you've experienced, which is the disrespect and the willingness to assault staff on a daily basis, on every shift. And that destabilizes anything else that we were trying to provide. When one youth decides to assault a staff member, that doesn't just affect those two people. It affects what happens on that entire shift and that entire unit for hours. And so anything that was planned is halted typically until we can make sure that the youth isn't in further danger, that the other youth aren't in further danger, or that there isn't a plan, for example, to escape. And for that to happen over and over and over again makes it very difficult to do any of those other things that I've said we're trying to do. So in short, a lot of the staff understands that they're critical and that they have committed to a mission. And despite the fact that they don't particularly want to work in a juvenile hall, they understand how important it is for the other staff members' safety, and they show up to those difficult shifts. And they manage their normal caseloads to be able to do that. Because this has gone on for a prolonged amount of time, it does make it challenging when I'm pulling staff from other assignments and what happens to their work. But what I will say is that we need to, let's be honest with each other. There's a combination of behaviors that we're observing here. Part of it is the real challenge of having folks that are being pulled from their jobs and not backfilled. And the challenge that means, look, I already had 40 hours worth of work. Now, how do I do that in 24 hours? That's very real. The other part that you may experience is what I would consider, it's a quiet, not so quiet objection to the fact that they don't want to be there. And so I would suggest that, let's not confuse the two. That sometimes what staff are telling you is that they're displeased with the fact that this has uprooted them from their normal schedule in life, that they didn't plan on working in a juvenile hall, they don't want to be in a juvenile hall, and this is disruptive to them, and that they don't appreciate the chaos, they don't appreciate being in an environment that exposes them to violence. And so that's really what they're saying. It's not the fact that the world is going to fall apart if they're not back at their work. Because I tell you, when folks go on vacation, when folks are sick, when we send them to extended training, we do those things. We manage, and we're able to do that. Both are true. I just want to make sure that we're not, confusing the two. Sometimes it's half and half. Sometimes it's, a way of making an objection that I really don't appreciate the fact that the chief has me here working this shift. It's really what you may be hearing versus there's no way to get this work done back home. Now, what I will own is the fact that, and I've engaged the probation management staff, that this is really the supervisors and the manager's job to make sure that we assist in managing and moving the workload so that things that are mandatory, things that are important because they're required by the court, areas where this would produce undue risk in the field by not supervising a high-risk offender, for example, that we're not simply deferring those. That's management staff to take a look at all of our resources and say, okay, you're unable to do that. I'm going to pull that off and I need you to do this or make those adjustments. That's not the individual employee's entire responsibility to do that. And at the beginning of this, maybe we didn't do such a great job of doing that. In haste and the speed of trying to get folks in and sending them in, we did that first and then started to manage that piece. But as we move forward and we get a little bit more used to a little bit more predictability in sending folks in, we'll do a much better job at that piece of it. The randomness of sending folks in is, we make these great plans on paper and we say, I'm guessing that I'll have a 20% call out rate on this shift. And so we'll staff for that number of folks coming in. But if we miss the mark, because we don't want to send all of our resources in on any given shift, if we miss the mark, then despite the fact that I planned on using these individuals in these locations, I have to adjust for what happened. And so even if I want to send, just as an example, for continuity, we may want to send an employee that is from the field to the same unit, so they start developing a relationship for the young folks that live there. When they arrive, that may not be possible. There may have been an assault, there may have been more call-outs in another unit, and we have to start shifting people. That happens far too often. And so that our plans to have a little bit more predictability are challenged every day because it's a moving target. And then the truth of the matter is that on specific shifts, on specific days, it becomes nearly impossible. When we're talking about a Saturday third watch, when we're talking about a Sunday evening, when there has been a large sporting event, then it just becomes nearly impossible to staff how we wanted to do it. And that is what from time to time causes visitation being delayed and all of those other challenges that are true. Those things do happen. Not happy that they occur. These aren't excuses for why it happens, and it's my responsibility to overcome those. But I just want to make sure that you understand that it's not because many of these things are not because of a policy failure or because we see it differently, but they're just some very real challenges, operational in the moment, in which we're in our worst position, which is being reactive. I'll stop there and make sure we have enough time here for your questions.
Do I need to do public comment?
Amra, County Council, I think that since we're still on item 7, we've taken public comment and no action, we can go forward to the next item, or shall we take public comment again? Right, so she's saying that since the chief has spoken and we didn't take public comment on that, it's up to you. We're okay either way, but if there are folks who really want to make public. Okay.
Yeah. If there are any folks on WebEx or here in the room who'd like to make public comment, go ahead and raise your hand or step to the podium.
As we're doing this, I think we have a couple of cars that need to be moved. It looks like there is a black BMW license plate U500 that needs to be moved. That's the only one? Okay. No public comment on WebEx? Okay, great. We can begin. Adrina, we're going to open your mic.
Hi, I'm really upset how Sanders is not giving us direct answers, and he just gets up and walks out in the middle of a meeting, which Probation Oversight Commission meeting only occurs once a month, and it's already pre-scheduled for him to just go do that. He says they're looking for programs, but programs already implemented. Like, are you not hearing his answers? How can they look for programs, but it's already implemented? That makes no programs are implemented, so that just contradicts that. And it just our questions remain unanswered. I'm going to ask my son if he took a survey just to see if Sanders is being truthful. This is cruel, unusual punishment violation of the U.S. Constitution. They're violating their constitutional rights. So what are the consequences to that? It's frustrating. It's the same problems ongoing. They always discuss modifications. I would like to finally see results. Probation's words prove to be empty because it's always just them trying to figure out how they can make things better. And it's just empty promises. And we run into the same brick wall again. I'm tired of just hearing words. I want to see results. Our kids are in there. And this is serious. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. And I don't know how you guys could sleep at night while these kids are being treated this way. You're treating them like animals. So it's likely you're to get animalistic results. The use of force, probation, they placed their knee behind my son's neck, almost killing him. And, there was also another incident where they handcuffed my son and they allowed another inmate to attack him while he couldn't defend himself. You know, so I just feel like I'm tired of hearing excuses. I want to see the results to this. And that's it. I'm not accepting anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lupe Ross. Lupe, we're going to unmute you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. I've been listening to this since it started. I think we all realize that, you know, we have a serious problem. And what I don't see is anybody coming up with any new visions here. It's like the same old business back and forth. You got programs, but then you're telling us that the program people come and then they stop at the door and say, no, they're not going to stay. So you don't have programs. You know, the violence that's going on there. The violence that's going on in the street goes into the violence in juvenile hall. The violence in juvenile hall flows into the streets. So there's always repercussions on both sides. Nobody is looking at that. I've talked to supervisors, I've talked to different probation officers, and they've told me it's the same thing over and over again. You know, there's no new vision. It's not a new vision. To me, the beautification of LP was the first item on the list with one of the presenters. But then he gave us a sad report on, you know, there's programs, but there's no programs being delivered. They're scared to come in there. I want to bring a new concept to mind. LA County, the city of Los Angeles, they have programs out in the community. I know that probation under that JJCC program, they have money. They've had money, tons and tons and millions of dollars. And I would like to know how much, because I want to see new programs. We're not dealing with 1960s kids. We're dealing with the reality that we have a violent group of kids that have been raised in the streets and know how to protect themselves, and that's violently. And
Thank you,
then
Ms. Ross. That's your time. I do want you to know we are talking about that specific issue in our next agenda item about the JJCPA dollars. Our next public comment comes from call-in user number 11. Your number starts with 661. Please dial *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Judith Jones, and I'm calling from up here in the Antelope Valley. And I've been listening to all the different speakers and whatnot, and we don't even have enough time for me to address all that I could say. My children are grown now, but they grew up out here in the school system in Antelope Valley. And while there were deputies on the campuses citing these kids for little or nothing, the school suspends them, expels them or whatever, and then you've got them cited into court, into
We lost your audio. Ismael, do we think that's on our end or? I think sorry about that. Let's go on to Sir. Sir is our next speaker and we can come back. Sir, we're going to unmute you.
Thank you very much. Just uplifting the two previous speakers. There is a vision, and that vision is to replace probation with community. And yeah, if you spend $1 billion to make Cop City, then you're kind of like saying that you're going to keep doing the same thing. So you're right. We don't want to see the same thing. And that's why the question I asked before about the evaluation of programs and the evaluation of our items based on the goal to make a change, make a significant change, a transformation that folks aren't locked up. They are free. and folks in the community that are unemployed but have license to operate, meaning experience and relationship, are now using those dollars that the last person spoke about to care for each other, the community. We know what's going on. Please, let's do the right thing. Now is the time. Now is the time. Free our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the caller back? We're going to unmute your mic again, the caller who's calling in from 661. We're still not able to hear you. Please feel free to call back when we're at general public comment at the end of the meeting.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions of the chief? Yes? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Commissioner Garcia-Leyes.
So at LP, I have seen the small communities sort of in practice through the directors. And I've seen that young people care a lot and are very conscious of who's in their unit and who's on the opposite side. And I think it's a great idea. And I think it, in the long run, is where the juvenile hall should go. So I think that's a great plan. I think a superintendent level person in charge of programming is another great plan. So when you were being considered for this interim position, everybody said your strength was things like that, that you knew how to put together an overall vision of a facility that would work. And I believe that. But I also 100% agree with what you were saying, which is that none of that can happen when we don't have enough staff. And I continue to say that that's the wrong way to consider the problem. It's not that we don't have enough staff, period. It's that we have too many youth for the number of staff we have who are confined. And that number has gone up. And it's eradicated any successes that we could have had in terms of staffing, right? As we get better staffing, if the number of youth go up at that or at a greater rate, we're still falling farther and farther behind and having enough people to keep the facilities safe. And in the absence of those people, we heard from Commissioner Carrillo, right? People like getting cussed out as soon as they walk in by the youth. I never felt unsafe going into the facilities up until really more recently at Los Padrinos. And I understand DMH people who don't want to go in because I've been surrounded by young people. And if it wasn't for my 10 years of experience working with these kids, I'd have been out the door. Yeah, the absence of staffing to sort of protect some baseline level of behavior and culture is undermining everything else. I was there and I spent a day last time I visited just to watch what was happening in intake. And what I saw was, so the joke that I heard from the intake people was that suddenly there's no youth crime in North LA County or out near Palmdale or Lancaster because it's such a drive now to Los Padrinos that suddenly the law enforcement agencies out there don't think that these kids need to be confined. Meanwhile, in Downey and the police departments that immediately surround Los Padrinos are suddenly having a wave of youth crime where kids need to be confined, right? And really it's just because they're so accessible now that they're doing it more. So these decisions of who's being confined is not being made based on actual public safety. I mean, it's being made on how long of a drive it is to Los Padrinos. And the one kid whose intake I watched the whole way through, he was there, he was on community detention, and his probation officer had decided to draw a line in the sand over truancy. And the kid didn't make it to school that day. And so that was it. He was going to juvenile hall. So we just don't have room or the staff to confine young people because they're late to school. That's absurd. But until that's being addressed, I have very little hope that any of the other good things we're talking about or that you're talking about can happen. And without that being addressed, if I was at the BSCC, I would reject the community action plan or the corrective action plan as being insufficient. So, I mean, I'm really hoping to hear ideas at some point about how we can reduce the population significantly. I mean, if we can't turn people away at the door, which I got a good sense that that's not allowed, but there are plenty of ways to get them out the door in 12 hours that we're not pursuing. And you are not, I mean, I don't like saying you, like you should do something, but you understand that as in your role as chief, right? You should be leading the charge to force the presiding judge of the juvenile court to whip those judges into stop putting things like detain on first orders and the minute orders, right? I mean, you could be the leader on reducing the population to a safely, to a level that could be safe. And I'm not seeing that in your presentation today or in the corrective action plan, but I would just really like to take this opportunity to urge you to push that, because I think all of your other great plans are impossible until that happens. But I think you also have the ability and the leadership to maybe make the difference on those things, you know, on the population level in a way that would allow your other plans to go into effect.
Thank you for those comments, and I agree wholeheartedly with respect to, you know, numbers matter, and absolutely, I would love to have less young people in juvenile hall. Absolutely, no doubt about it. I do want the record to be clear that never have I said that I can tell judiciary what to do, nor is that my plan in the immediate future. But you make a good point that really having a vision and a plan to share with all our partners, including the judges, on perhaps what some alternatives and best practices are with our youth. I'm always open for ideas and certainly take note, and we'll take a look at it. I'll say this, not you folks who are immersed in this and know our population very well, but the general public, I think, has a serious misunderstanding of who we have inside of the juvenile halls. And I think would be shocked with the fact of how many of them are there for a serious or violent crime, and is somewhat reflected in the violence that they're willing to perpetrate on each other and the staff almost immediately upon arrival. Even before we say, look, they're going to be immersed in this culture, and it happens very quickly. And the unions are partnering with us in probation because they, well, firstly, they're advocating correctly for their officers who are being assaulted at alarming rates, but also understanding that it's only in partnership with the administration that we're going to try new ideas and really get to a place, because they acknowledge that this is our work. This is why we're here, and that we need to be able to have a commitment to these young people in creating that environment. So, but I have to be realistic in terms of what options and what levers I have to reduce that population. And a great many of those returns to custody are mandatory. They're warrants, they're returns, they're ones in which probation doesn't have really much say in terms of accepting that booking. But anywhere, even at the margins, where we can do better, for example, if I take the example that you gave us, where we have discretion, or in expediting assessments to get young people that are appropriate for another location, I know that we still have room for improvement in those two areas. And so I accept your idea. I'll go back and think about that, and also acknowledge that we still have room for improvement and efficiencies on those two sides.
Commissioner Mundo or Commissioner Canales?
I just have a real quick question. Thank you so much for your presentation. And going back to what the prior chief, there was openings for like 10 directors, and we were invited to be part of the interview process. And I remember I was on the team that we interviewed this individual who still stands out to me, and I still want to talk about it because she came in with her presentation with a three-pronged plan, and one of it was working towards decarceration. She had, like, you know, at this step, you get weekend furloughs to go home, to start incorporating the youth back, return home to their families. She did not get the position, which I was really shocked. I came out of there like, oh yeah, you know, she's got it and everything. And so I'm wondering, in this plan that you've incorporated to create small communities within the facilities, is there any plan to like get the youth home, even if starting on a weekend type furlough, and get them used to the actual communities also in the street?
So we're at the very beginning of this. And so in actually being able to execute step one, and been significantly delayed, and although we continue in that direction, one of the focuses is what we're moving to is the moment a young person arrives, we start assessing and envisioning, we know they're going back to a community. What does that mean? What are the things that we need to do now to start preparing for that? Now, they're predispositioned, so we don't know if that's going to be within 20 days. We don't know if that's going to be in many years, but we know that the likelihood is that eventually they're leaving this place. And that has to be a focus from the very beginning, first of all, for their understanding of where they are and what they can take control of. And then for us to start engaging other folks outside to do that. So specifically with respect to passes and weekend furloughs, you know, all those things exist within policy, and there are some things that are impossible. But I think that what you're saying is that there could be sort of a variety of experiences in preparation for them to be able to do that. And that's absolutely, I concur with you. Right now, not to be too blunt about it, but I'm still in my limbic area of making sure that the place is safe, that we have the right security protocol, that I have enough folks where they don't hurt each other, escape, all of that. That's running in parallel so that we're prepared the moment that we're able to execute more of those programs.
Okay, thank you. And are you able to put together your own teams? I heard yesterday, I was listening to the Board of Supervisors, and I heard Commissioner Lewis request that you're given like the authority to assign, I guess, like your assistant deputy directors or something. I'm not saying it verbatim what he requested, but was that granted? Because I think that's very important, that, you know, to have a team that's creating the vision towards decarceration of the youth. You know, I think, you know, aligning the goal.
That was not an item specifically before the board. So that's not something they took on. God bless anybody that's willing to say that I should get more authority to do, you know, just about anything. So, but it is important to have the right people in the right positions that have the same understanding of what we're trying to do. There is also a lot of expertise within the probation department, and how you organize yourself and allow people to be able to utilize that, that's important. And it's going to be my job moving forward to balance those two. Sometimes you need new folks with new skills, and other times you need to empower the folks that you have to do what they know is right and they wanted to do and haven't been able to do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mundo, did you also have your hand up?
Earlier, I asked about the reassignment, whether that was voluntary or not. I'm not sure if I got an answer to that.
It's not voluntary. Well, let me backtrack. I always take volunteers first. In the absence of sufficient volunteers, all staff at all levels that are peace officers, I have mandated to work shifts at the juvenile halls to supplement for the staff that we have. I am working with the various unions to wasn't lying, I'm always open to ideas, to really assess whether the way that I've ordered it is the most effective way, or if unions in particular have suggestions in a different way to get to the same goal that is less disruptive for the field staff and yet still gets us to the same place, to do it in that direction. Those talks are still open. They'll always remain open because I'm willing to try what works. What I know is that there's a lot of chaos currently in the way that folks are being deployed because it's short term and because you really are guessing when you arrive where you may be reassigned. But specifically, we still have overtime available for folks that want to schedule themselves to assist. But beyond that, it is mandatory deployment.
And I like to piggyback on the intake. It's near and dear to me because I was an intake supervisor. And it's correct there. I look at the data that was provided to us a week ago by Ms. Cotton, and it's clear that 90% of it are violent offenses, 707B offenses. But I was fortunate enough that Julia Vest allowed me to go look at cases, especially the 245s. And 50% of the cases that I evaluated had no weapons and clearly could have been recommendations of release at court. And they weren't. I've been asking for the data since 2018. It would be nice to know what recommendations probation is making and how they're being treated in the court to figure out where the detention is occurring. Is it occurring in court because we're recommending detain on everything? Or are we recommending less restrictive as we're required to? And the court is overriding us. And that information used to be captured. And I'm not sure, well, actually, I do know why they stopped capturing it, and it doesn't make sense to me, but is it possible to start capturing that again and providing us that information just so the county can understand where the real problem is with detention? Because once it gets into the court, it's almost impossible to get it out of that space. But it would be nice to know. So I'm hoping that you can help in getting that data at least to us.
Okay, we'll work with your executive officer in making sure it's the right information. But I'll join this to the previous suggestion with respect that after taking a look at this, this may be an opportunity where we probation can gently but firmly influence the judiciary. Not telling them what to do.
Any last comments? Okay, just I just wanted to name the time. It's 11:12. We have till 1, and we do have a couple of other big agenda items. So if we could just, wanted to wrap up maybe with this last round.
I just wanted to uplift what the person who called in said about the community wisdom. And I know you talked about the multidisciplinary teams and that being kind of the aspirational goal. I think communities know how to address the problems that we're facing. And so I'm thinking about when violence happens in the community, there are folks with a license to operate. There are people who come in, the gang interventionists, the street outreach workers, and they come in and they can provide wisdom and guidance on how to de-escalate and how to kind of handle that situation in partnership with law enforcement. And so I'm just wondering, as we're thinking about what are the teams to have in place, and I know we need the mental health and the social workers and all of that, but I think community members need to be at the table. I think that maybe there's new models we need to explore. I know that there's violence happening in the facilities. What's our new model we're exploring to address that? There's the programming, but there's also, I think there's a critical piece missing. So I know we're short on time. I could go on, but I'll cut it there.
No, I agree. And some things that were being done better before have been sidetracked. And when you get them back on, for example, the family councils and advisory councils, specifically to me, I think are in that vein in terms of really getting that different voice. And so make sure you ask me about it next time, what I've done.
Commissioner Carrillo?
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thank you for that presentation. I had a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna keep it down to 2 items here. Can you give us the name of the superintendent that's been mentioned but not named?
It's Jocelyn Ramos.
Justin Ramos?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn Ramos.
Jocelyn
Roman,
Ramos.
just kidding.
Oh, Roman, yes.
Thank you.
Please don't get her name wrong. I'll never hear the end of it.
So before you got here, I made some comments about Officer Guinness, who, as you know, passed away. And I just want to stress this point about lessons that apparently are supposed to be learned but not implemented. So when the boy OD'd in Stillmar, many of us were there day of, day after, and really concerned about that. And one of the things that I remember that was an apparent lesson that was going to be like focused on about how do you respond? Trauma-informed responses, time for healing for staff, obviously, and the youth who were in the unit when this happened, and family, everyone else. And what was really surprising was that when Officer Guinness passed away in Los Padrinos, the lessons that I thought should have been applied weren't. And maybe I want to ask for clarification. So what I'm going to say next either happened or part of it happened, didn't happen. But I went to the unit, the DD unit where he was working at, and the youth were really, I mean, the entire unit was graffitied about rest in peace, Guinness, and bro and dad, and all these cool names they had for him. And I asked them if they had interacted with someone who can help them either circle process or get their feelings hurt. And the answer was no. And I got a response from some of the staff who were there who felt that Guinness's body was just removed from the unit or from where he passed from the institution. Program was shut down for that day, but nothing really happened when it came to honoring his life, or at least sending a message to other staff who were there, you know, that we're going to respond better. And so I want to highlight this now problem, most recent problem about how probation is responding humanely, obviously for morale purposes, and for the youth who are seeing someone who they're connecting with, who was a great man, who was interacting with youth sometimes by himself in a way that his life wasn't even acknowledged, or the work that he did wasn't that his work as in those units with those youth and even amongst his staff almost like, remove the body, it's a new shift, let's move on. So maybe if all that didn't happen, maybe you can help me clarify what did.
It's not my understanding, however, I'll grant you that I was not present in those days due to COVID exposure protocol, so I was unable to be physically present, even though I wanted to. I thought that peer support from various agencies had responded. I know that the management team responded to provide support to staff and the youth. I'm aware of at least one incident in which they did an art project and met with the youth in memory of him. And as recently as 2 days ago, there was a fundraiser for him at the facility. And so I don't know firsthand, and I certainly, I'm gonna pay a little bit more attention because we have time still, and this is not something that can't be corrected if in fact, as you laid it out, that's how it occurred. This is devastating for folks at all levels, and we understand that for the young people, they were, especially the young man that was present, but for staff, even folks that didn't know him, is part of the family. And in the midst of everything else that is happening for this to occur, it's like taxing folks who are already burnt out. I mean, it's just extraordinarily devastating. And so I'm sensitive to your comments, and want to make sure that that does not, in fact, I hope it didn't take place, but that we're not continuing that. And certainly not the way I feel about it. And I want to make sure that we dedicate resources to it. So let me go back and test where we are.
I just had two comments before we wrap this item up. I may have misheard you, but I thought I heard you say that much of the violence is attributed to kind of like who the young folks are when they come in and what they're bringing with them. That really doesn't sit very well with me because, for example, when I was at LP, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, young folks still were not getting individual therapy outside of a check-in in the day room because DMH staff doesn't have keys to a room where they can actually meet with young folks privately. So it's a simple like, you okay? Cool. I'm gonna keep it moving. That's what therapy looks like for a young person whose violence is likely rooted in significant trauma. And so we're expecting them to show up differently and we're placing this on their lap when we are the adults. And that just feels like a really wrong way to show up for our young people when all of them have said that there's no consistency in the programming we receive. Sometimes this group shows up on Tuesdays, sometimes they don't. Sometimes college happens at 2 p.m., sometimes it happens at 9 a.m., sometimes the person doesn't show up. Sometimes we go to the units for class, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we have staff that we recognize, sometimes we don't. So this idea that like this violence is somehow like entirely in their laps feels like an unfair way to paint the picture, like characterize what's happening, because much of, I think someone called in and said, that we're treating them like animals, but we don't, and then we're surprised when they respond kind of in these animalistic or like violent ways. So maybe some of it has to do with, bringing in like real crisis intervention workers. And if you haven't, I encourage you to read a report that came out of Rikers Island called La Palabra, where folks from like Milpa and other organizations came in and actually built relationships and worked to address a crisis in a way that it didn't just fall on the violence that any individual was bringing, which was really rooted in trauma. Because I think that's kind of what you need to have here, because we're not really addressing the culture issue that lives within probation that I think is contributing to a lot of what we're seeing. And then the other piece I wanted to lift up was related to the deployment of field staff. Every unit I went to had field staff in the unit. They're like, we've never been here before. We were in Unit S last week. We're in Unit R today. We were in N last week. We're in some other unit today. So there's like no consistency. And they're like, we don't know these kids. They don't know us. So we're just going to sit in the back. Half of them were on light duty. So if there was actual need, they couldn't even step in to address that need. So just in terms of like deployment, I get that like the bare standard is just to have the bodies, but we're not doing anyone any favors if like there's no relationship building. And like these folks they're like, we can't take them to class because we're on light duty. We can't take them out for rec because we're here on light duty. So I don't know if there's some way to kind of be a little more thoughtful about how you're bringing folks in, deploying them. I get that it's like an emergency need spaces type thing, but if there's some way to be like, okay, this person has been to Unit R before, let's send them back to Unit R because at least they know some of the faces.
I couldn't, with respect to my comments on the violence, I don't disagree with anything you said, absolutely. And really my comments weren't toward how we can affect change, the responsibility that we have, how environment really impacts and folks' self-understanding and all of that. There's nothing to do with that. What I was really referencing is the fact that we have young people in our care that either we all collectively failed while in the community, or that at some point a decision was made that there's no place for them because many of them because of violence and their ongoing criminal conduct, and they land with us. And so I mention that because the level of violence I think is underestimated by many. And so when we talk about staff members responding, It is with the understanding that they're showing up to work. It's with the understanding that there is a very real possibility that one of these young people in our care is going to assault them. And as a system, and in the long term, we're going to continue to train folks on how to respond. And I believe there's going to be a decrease because the environment will change. But that doesn't change the fact on that shift for that person, regardless of their approach, there is a likelihood that they may be assaulted. And the reason I know that is because I take a look at, or we track folks that have very good interactions, that know the kids, are still getting assaulted. Part of this is a testing of the kids, knowing that they have overtaken the system, and it's disruptive, and it changes. Now, the reasons why it takes place, we could spend the rest of the day sort of discussing, and I'll probably agree with you on 99% of them. But I have to acknowledge that the level of violence that they're willing to perpetrate on staff and on each other is extraordinary, and that hampers our ability to move on to the next step. It's my challenge to overcome, to create the right programs and the ability and the training to overcome that. I was just highlighting the fact that staff are not wrong when they say, look, if I go in there, I'm afraid to go in because this may happen. In terms of the deployment of staff, I spend so much time coming up with these plans on doing exactly what you've suggested, which is, I believe we sort of have this fundamental belief on a few things. These young people need a family. The family for the time being in there is the staff. Seeing the same person over and over has an impact. And so we do all these things to try to have that happen. And, and then in the moment of, I may have a shortage on certain gender of staff and I have to make a change. I have the fact that I can't have all deployed staff in one location because then nobody knows the rules of what they actually have to do. I have, those things, those challenges occur, but you're still right. And those are still where we want to be.
Okay. If there are no other comments, I think we're going to move to the next agenda item. Thank you all for being so patient. We're not going to take a break just in the interest of time, so if folks have to use the restroom, please do. But we are now going to move to agenda item, I guess it's 3, I believe? Yes. And this item is to hear a report and take appropriate action on updates from the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, Juvenile Justice on unspent funds, part of which has been caused by the Probation Department's insistence on requiring grantees to collect identifiable data on youth participants. Wendy's going to give an overview of the presentation that was made 2 weeks ago at the JJCC meeting regarding unspent funds, and then, okay, all right. Sorry, and then we have folks, we're going to frame the issue about the collection of data. Sharon Harada and Josh Green will share where the Probation Department and the JJCC stand on these issues. If you'd like to provide a public comment on this item, please raise your hand now on WebEx. If you're in the room, you can approach the front of the room to get in line when the presentation ends. So, that's it.
I'm actually going to just say a couple of sentences and then turn it over to Josh and Sharon. Thank you for being here and thank you for waiting. I know we have lots of folks who want to make public comment, and we received public comment in writing that's attached to the agenda. So we also have Robert Smythe in the audience. So there are actually 2 issues that have been discussed at the JJCC and previously at the Probation Oversight Commission meetings. One related to the actual spending down of the dollars, and the other related to the required collection of data, as Chair Kakani clearly referenced. So there is a sheet that is attached to the agenda that was created by Mr. Smythe that lists very specifically the dollars that have been spent and those that haven't been spent, who they were, who the JJCC voted to allot them to, and what percentage of those dollars have been spent. It's a very useful document, and again, it's attached to the agenda. And then in addition to that, on previous agendas, you'll see a number of informational items, including a legal memo that was sent, that was written by some advocacy folks, written about the collection of data. And this issue has been discussed at length at the JJCC meetings in terms of how to go forward to get these dollars spent down. So with that, I think I'll ask Josh if you want to begin making comments about just where you see us as being, and that way Sharon and the chief, if he wants to, can comment on where probation feels they are now.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Hi, my name is Josh Green. I'm here as a member of the JJCC. I'm an appointed community member of the 3rd District, and I'm also the chair of the Community Advisory Committee in that space, and then on a whole bunch of other subcommittees. I will flag that I'm not on the data collection subcommittee, which is one of the, I think one of the pieces in this puzzle. What I can offer from where I sit is, and we had a JJCC meeting a week ago, and there will be another one coming up. So it was discussed at that meeting, so some of this may be repetitive, but we, as the JJCC, every year, we go through a process of creating the comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan. And in that process, we set the framing and the priorities for funding for the pot of dollars that come from the state, from the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. And then those dollars we allocate to certain strategies. And then what happens after that is it goes to the probation department as it's currently designed to put that plan into effect. So that sometimes looks like transferring dollars to other public agencies, and sometimes it looks like contracting directly with service providers, community-based organizations. Where we are right now, and there was an article in the LA Times that highlighted the fact that there is approximately $100 million that has not been spent. So it has been allocated, which means the JJCC has made decisions about how the dollars should be spent, and they have been approved, but it has not gone out the door. And so there's a couple of reasons that have emerged. There were challenges around the pandemic. There were a number of things that over a period of time we understood that there were challenges in getting dollars out the door, so there was carryover dollars. And then most prominently, what has been discussed in the JJCC is the fact that there are a number of agreements, and our understanding is, and I'm going to invite Sharon and the chief to clarify if it needs to be clarified, that those agreements, both between public departments and agencies, so those include, an example might be, and it was named in the last meeting, the county parks or education providing organizations, LACO, LAUSD, others like that. And then also with third parties like the public-private partnership, which was developed by the JJCC and with probation to facilitate getting dollars directly to youth development serving organizations in the community. And the challenge has been a challenge around an agreement on what kind of data has to be collected by those service providers, whether they're public or whether they are private, in order to receive the money. And it's connected, my understanding, to a need to evaluate effectiveness of programming. So among the things that we've done is created a data subcommittee to evaluate that. There was historically, as context, there was a requirement originally in the JJCPA to collect specific types of data. That requirement was eliminated a number of years ago, so that requirement no longer exists. What's required, my understanding, is enough data to evaluate effectiveness. Additionally, the JJCC, I don't know if this was in the presentation, took this step during our most recent comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan to eliminate language that articulated the need to collect that data. So, and we did that for two reasons. One, so there was guidance moving forward for whoever is doing contracts that this is not a requirement from the perspective of the JJCC. And two, to offer guidance because we were aware that there were contracts that had not been finalized or agreements that had not been finalized, and that this was at least part of the challenge. So to the extent that we can provide retroactive guidance, we moved forward to say we do not require that data, at least from the JJCC perspective. I think maybe the other piece of context is from the JJCC, there has been for those of us who sit on that body, a deep frustration with the lack of clarity around what is happening and what is holding up the distribution of the dollars. From our perspective, we have a very clear plan and a very clear set of allocations there are huge chunks of money. So for example, in the last 2 years, we've allocated somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million to youth development, which is primary prevention, before young people contact the justice system at all, as a strategy to address what is in the state law juvenile delinquency or future contact with the justice system. Those dollars have not gone out, so they're just sitting. So for those of us who have been a part of a very long process to allocate those dollars to a strategy, there is a deep level of frustration, and I think a growing frustration because we've been in process for a long time around what the obstacles might be. How can we all be a part of overcoming those obstacles? Because it's currently frustrating the intent of the distribution of public dollars, and so the stewardship of these dollars in the county. And I guess I'll pause and I can hand it back. I'm happy to provide other context. There's a number of, Wendy mentioned some of the analysis. In addition to the fact that the data is not required by state law to be collected, there is ample evidence that there are other ways to evaluate effectiveness. There are some examples of that happening currently. And I think what we have heard from partners via public comment in other spaces is the challenge of mandating the collection of this type of identifiable youth data, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about name, birth date, the kind of thing where you could track a young person through public systems, is for both that young person and their parent, it has a chilling effect, meaning they are less likely to accept the services. They're less likely to access resources that could support them in their current day-to-day, support their families, their parents, but also could help interrupt the cycle into the justice system, into future justice contact. So I'll pause there and hand it back to the chair or back to Sharon or the chief.
Ms. Rada, if you want to continue with the presentation.
So we do have an update to the process of the data. It has been under county review. I did mention that at the last JJCC meeting.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic just so we can make sure our folks listening?
Absolutely. So just to reiterate, we do have an update on the process of what type of data, how we're going to move forward. That just happened very recently under the leadership of our chief, where the collection and the identification of the types of data are going to be actually going through the Department of Youth Development. So DYD will be tasked with looking at what types of data we do need to collect for at-promise youth, as well as how to move forward with receiving that data. So they will be the ones to receive that data for JJCPA funded programs that serve that population. Probation will continue to, of course, track whatever dollars are allocated or adopted by JJCC for probation young people, whether they're in juvenile hall or camp or in the community on probation. For those programs, probation will continue to collect that data and move forward with the evaluation piece and process. But for the at-promise youth, it was very recently, we had actually a meeting yesterday. So it's now in process. We're going to try to move forward as quickly as possible to work with DYD on what that is, so that then we can move forward to effecting the MOUs and the 2 contracts that are pending because of this data piece that was under consideration. So I hope that update is very well received. It's been a process, that's true. And so we're hoping to move that forward very quickly.
I guess at this time, if there are no other. So I guess we can move to public comment. I apologize in advance because of the time and because of the number of agenda items that we still have not covered. We will need to reduce public comment to 1 minute. So apologies again in advance to those of you who prepared to give comments in the amount of 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. For those of you in the room who'd like to give public comment, please line up at the podium. If you want to give public comment on the WebEx, please use the raise your hand function or dial *3. I keep forgetting which one it is. Are we dialing *6 to raise your hand? Dial *3 to raise your hand. *6 unmutes you. So we'll start with Robert Smythe, and we're going to set the timer at 1 minute.
I hope I can do this in 1 minute, and I'm not up there because I wasn't on the agenda. My name is Robert Smythe, and people refer to me as the money person at probation. Just want to give you some context on JJCPA. There's base funding and one-time funding. Base funding comes routinely from the state annually. One-time funding is extra funding the state sends us. Generally, it's because JJCPA funding is linked to vehicle registrations. So we get a few pennies or a few dollars off vehicle registrations that funds JJCPA. JJCPA does not come into our budget. It sits in a revenue fund. Excuse me, a revenue fund. Too much detail for this meeting, but suffice to say you won't see it in our budget. It sits outside of that. Just want to give you a snapshot on the unspent money. For the current year just ended, June 30th, there is $46 million unspent, zero spent. Those are the allocations on that spreadsheet that you have that shows zero spent, regardless of the size of the allocation. So 46 million, both one-time and base funding all combined together. 33 million of that is one-time money. 13 million of that is base funding. 10.8 million of that is 5 years old or older. So it hasn't been spent for 5 years. It keeps appearing on the spreadsheet over and over and over and over again. There are 200 line items on there. 75 of those have zero spent. That's about 38%. So that's a real quick snapshot. And I know I threw a lot of numbers out to you, but thank you very much.
And I will speak for Robert in saying that he will be available to answer your questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Kent.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kent, I'm with ARC, but I'm also a JJCC member. I've been sitting on that committee since 2018. And I'm also formerly incarcerated. I've been home and crime-free since the age of 18. And I would just say that because, when we talk about data requirement and all this, I think the concerns that obviously are in place is that, this type of data is very, can be harmful to people like ourselves. I've experienced it myself, where I've been attacked by probation. Hopefully with you, Chief, we could do things differently and better. I think that my goal when I jump into meetings to do the work is not to demonize your department, but I feel like when we do good things, that can be just against us. So I feel like that's why that information can be very counter-narrative to what the JJCPA funding was created in the first place, which was literally to get to the root cause of the issues, which is preventing delinquency prevention and supporting young people to really become the best versions of themselves and they don't commit the same mistakes they've made when they got into the system. So I would say that we don't need that type of information. We could look at things like Ready to Rise. It's a small, perfect example of how we can literally put the money into the community and not hold it back, because $100 million just sitting down, it shouldn't be acceptable. A lot of us can really benefit from this type of money, and really, it could really get to public safety in the way we really want to. So hopefully we can do things differently with you and the Probation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Hernandez. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm a youth advocate. I want to touch on the topic of how probation could intertwine with the community and how we could get that before they get into the system and become systemically impacted, such as I am myself. I have had experience with probation talking about my family members and knowing that they have a history as well. So it's like they have open records on that. So it's like I felt uncomfortable being around probation officers and stuff like that, or even people of law, because they have contact or have information that shouldn't be, or they know people that, they bring up topics that are not important. But in integrating stuff like that, we're trusting the youth with probation and giving them more connection with each other, so they know what they're doing within the community, so they can help each other with all the things that are going on before they become systemically impacted, and funding things like creating parks and creating other programs that youth could actively be involved in before they get into it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Please come back. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tyreek. I'm with ARC. I just want to speak on just like a lack of trust for like law enforcement in general. I come from a neighborhood where law enforcement really harass people when they know certain things about them. And it's hard for us to really trust them collecting our data or knowing anything about us, because they may use that against us again. We see some people, they take this information and use it against them in court, or they talk bad about them, or put it in the news that they're not, that they're formerly incarcerated or some type of monster. And that's hard for people to want to trust these organizations that's going to give their data away. We want to keep these organizations being able to do the work that they do. And if they can't access that money and continue to focus on doing the work because they have to get data collection. People aren't going to trust these organizations. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Douglas. I'm with the Anti-Receiving Leadership Coalition. I come here to speak about like the money they hold down, like so we can use that money to provide more programs to our youth. You know, I was incarcerated for 5 years. I was there. I was Silmar, Barry J, and then like probation. Like to this day, they keep like saying like, "Oh, we're gonna bring these programs," you know, but it's all a lie. You know, it never happened. You know, but like. I'm just wondering, you know, what they doing with all that money, you know, when they can use it to provide program to us, you know. And then like they was talking about too, they like how they training the staff. They gotta train the staff more like how to mentor the minors, how to talk to us too. We need like more like mental too, you know, like it's not just like once a week, you know, like you know, if they can do it every day or like have like classes like for coping skills, you know, so they can use when they are in some type of situations, you know. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sia and I'm here with Layup. I have a few follow-up questions to this pivot about urgency, why it took so long to make this pivot to DYD and to the county, and also a transparency of timelines now with how the shift is going to be made and the efficiency of how this distribution is going to come. I would also like to ask how many of the allocated programs are included in At Promise Youth. And these are things that you should be giving us, or the information you should be giving us as you shift responsibility. It's not now you throw your hands up and it's not your problem anymore. And there are governance flaws within the JJC that I think need to be addressed at the very least. How things are delayed, last minute decisions, and how there's just overall lack of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. And the chief is going to respond to those questions. I just want to check and see if we have some online comments as well. Okay. Sorry. What's the first name? Okay, call-in user number 20. If you can unmute yourself. Your number starts with 661. Dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I tried to speak earlier and somehow I got disconnected. And now that I know that we have to really move forward, I really have too much to say to even try to wrap my head to condense it into 1 minute. So the couple things that I will speak on is, again, like some of those speakers spoke about, putting the money into the programs that will help. Not even just mental health back in the schools, because as I tried to say, and I have to keep this real brief, my son, who's now 29, but when he was in the school system, they took all the music out of school, art out of school, sports out of school, all the programs that a lot of kids look forward to when they go to school. So they have to channel that energy somewhere. So sadly, oftentimes, they're, maybe doing some things and getting in trouble, etc. And so he was constantly being suspended, constantly being expelled. This is when, and still the deputies in school. So now he had that issue, as well as being cited into court, then going to juvenile hall. He stayed in juvenile hall. I lived in that juvenile courthouse over there on 10th Street West and Avenue M in Lancaster. And that chief spoke about how they don't have enough staff for the youth. Well, I wonder why, because they had kids in there lined up every single day, like traffic, like cattle. I mean, it was unreal to me. Every single day, kids lined up to be cited into court and be put on probation at the age of 12 and 13. And then we talk about school to prison pipeline. Yeah, that's my son. That's my life. It became our normal. The memories, the trauma.
I'm very sorry to have to
Thank you.
cut you off. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Next up, we have Lupe Ross. Lupe? Ms. Ross, can we hear you? Let's go to Michael and we'll come back to Ms. Ross. Michael, we're going to open your mic.
Hello?
Yes.
This is Loopy Ross.
Yeah, okay, well, go ahead, Ms. Ross. Michael, if
Okay,
you can hold off for a second.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to know, out of the $100 million, is all of that money allocated out already? And we're just sitting waiting on authorizations? And if it's not, is there still a time frame where other organizations can come in? That's my second question. I also want to find out if they've used community intervention workers. We have a lot of agencies that know how to deal with the violence, know how to deal with the children, not children, youth. Not just, they squash fights in the streets, so they can do a marvelous job at juvenile hall. And they're not being utilized for that. I think they can do a better job than some probation officers because they know the streets. They know these kids that are in there, and they can squash a lot of the problems in juvenile hall the way they're doing it in the streets. But this money has to be released. It's unacceptable that we're suffering like this in every community. I come from South Central, and everybody knows we need this money badly. And for it to be sitting up like that, the County Board of Supervisors need to take some kind of action to speed this up. It's ridiculous that the communities have to go without needed support, and there's money there.
Ms. Ross, thank you. And there is an attachment connected to this agenda item that shows the allocations of all the dollars that you can see. We'll go back to Michael now. Michael, we're going to open your mic.
Conference for Equality and Justice to speak about those unspent.
Michael, can you start again? The beginning of your comments cut off.
My apologies. Yeah, I was just introducing myself again. My name is Michael, here with the California Conference for Equality and Justice, and just really want to press urgency on releasing these funds, create that sense of urgency, right, to release them immediately. Want to highlight that our organization was one of the beneficiaries of the Ready to Rise program. And with funds like that, we were able to serve close to 1,000 youth, primarily youth of color, who were able to advance, right, their educational, advance their education and prevent them from entering into the legal system. So when we're holding on to these funds, not we, but when probation holds on to these funds and keeps them prisoner, right, like this, and they don't get released, we're preventing young people from getting access to those really critical and valuable services. So I'm just, really urging everyone to, have that sense of urgency to release those funds immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We'll go next to Danita Beauchamp. Danita, we're going to open your mic. No? Okay, let's go to Acosta. Oh, Danita, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. You can begin.
Okay. I have a question to Mr. Smythe or to the Oversight Commission. Why isn't there a time limit as to once dollars are allocated to a certain item or project, that the money has to be used within a certain amount of time? I realize that there's data that needs to be collected and that has to be done before the actual release of the funds, but there still should be a certain timeline associated with that, because otherwise we're holding on to these dollars that are just so badly needed for many numerous things, rehab and classroom studies, and once they are released out of the program, getting back to normal life and trying to become a productive person in society. And so I feel like there needs to be a little bit more, because I believe he said one item that there's money there from 5 years ago. I mean, 5 years is just, that's insanity. So I really wish there would be better specifics tied to the dollars that are allocated and within a certain time frame that it would be done.
Thank you, Danita. And our last speaker will be Acosta. Acosta, we're going to open your mic.
Okay, I'm back in. Thank you for putting me back into the live. Yes, I wanted to know more about the databases in regards of the hold up on the money. I also believe that the money would be inflected for the children that are outside in order then for him to sorry, I'm walking, be more hands-on in their community. I believe that even though the school, they're holding the funds for in jail, I don't think they're doing anything. It's been for 15 years that in my family has been a cycle. My son is the second person in our family. I'm the first generation here getting impacted by the school to pipelines to juvenile halls. And I'm here speaking because I have a history of racial culture in our community. Like I said, I believe that it's not right for the probation oversight to hold the money. It belongs to the tax of the people, the youth, the family, and to change the community for better or worse. But I believe it's going to be for better because I've been worse for the whole couple of years that I've been living here. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who gave comment today. Those of you who are taking time off work and choosing to be here and call in, I really appreciate it. So the chief is going to respond to some of those questions.
I'll keep it very brief. I really read this wrong. I thought this was going to be the bright spot in the meeting in which you heard us that we've heard you. This is important. And in fact, I want to make clear, it's unfortunate that it has taken this long. Absolutely. It's not because it benefited probation. It's not because those funds were being used elsewhere. It's really because staff appropriately were concerned about the fact that we have a fiduciary responsibility and that we are interested in knowing what works. We need to know which programs have an actual impact. That's important to us. All that aside, what I've heard you that there's a trust issue here, and that in fact, this line that was preventing it, all of this was being obfuscated because there is a lack of trust in probation in the collection of this information. So our response to you today is, we've heard you. We do not have an interest in that. You have a right to that. And so in fact, this is being moved to a different department, and that we think that we can still be responsible with this money, and that the board and the committee can do that, and that we can pass this on to a department that you have a different relationship with, that has different responsibilities. And so this is going to expedite that process. We've heard your concerns. We're not even tackling, I think you should trust me. I think you should trust us. We're not even tackling that. This is being moved over to DYD. And so that should, process-wise, satisfy the ability to move forward. And then I apologize in advance of the protocols, and I'll be reprimanded here, but before there were two questions from, there were two components that I didn't finish the response. With respect to the cap, I didn't want to leave here with you thinking that the cap was 3 to 5 pages and that was it. When you have all the attachments, it's a very complete document, probably closer to 250. I just didn't want you leaving believing that. And the other, I was so eager to make a joke that fell flat with respect to the board hearing earlier this week, that I just have to go on record. The Board of Supervisors has been incredibly supportive, and there's been nothing that I've asked for in terms of making reform and change in which they have denied. So I don't want anyone to think that with respect to staffing and making changes that it's because I've had my hands tied or haven't been able to do that. That's just not the case. This board is committed to juvenile justice reform. And really, we're in a place where if it's brought to them and it makes sense, they've been incredibly supportive. And I wanted to make sure that that was clear.
If I could just ask one more of the comments, one more of the questions that came up in comment, either to Sharon or Josh. I think it was Danita who said this concept of like a time limit, spend it or lose it. I remember at the JJCC meeting, there were some questions about reaching out to organizations. So this is the other item, not the data item, right? Reaching out to organizations to find out what their plan is to spend down the money, if you could address that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So yes, there was different options kind of brought up within the JJCC. I did recommend that because the CMJJP, so the Comprehensive Plan Subcommittee that looks at the plan every year to see if it needs to be enhanced or revised, as well as they look at the proposals and then they come back to JJCC with recommendations for funding approval or adoption, and then JJCC discusses it and then votes. That subcommittee does look at carryover. So what we did was we went back to the subcommittee, we developed a form, we sent it out, we got most of the responses, but some of the questions weren't answered, so we're tweaking it. We're gonna send it out again. We have not updated JJCC on this, but it just happened this week. We were trying to do as much as possible before next week's meeting, so we're gonna try to figure out how to report out, but then when the questions aren't quite answered, I think sometimes we're trying to wait to see what's the best information to provide and follow up, because there were gaps in the form we developed. We thought we covered everything, but it didn't answer all of the questions that JJCC had. So we're working on that as we speak. And the subcommittee's been, they've met twice, or we're meeting twice before that meeting. So we're working on that vigorously. And then they're going to probably weigh in on Wednesday when we do have JJCC on that process, because they're also looking at the funding pieces now for the next fiscal year. And finalizing the plan for adoption when it goes to JJCC in December, and the funding pieces get adopted in the meeting in January. So yes, that's correct, Wendy. We're trying to do different things. For those of you who are familiar with the extensive information that's provided to JJCC in a spreadsheet for part of the voting process, there are columns that have been added every year. The past 3 years, I believe it's 3, if not 2, there's been the carryover as of the time that they were looking at the funding and adopting, right? Because we're working up till October or mid-November. So it's around that time carryover from the previous year that has not yet been spent, as well as the previous year's request for funding, and then the current year's request, and what JJCC is recommending, or the ad hoc is recommending for JJCC to consider, to adopt. So we've tried to increase also the information that is going to JJCC for every agency that submitted funding or is requesting to look at carryover. And I know Josh may want to say something about the timeframes. I know that there has been carryover approval from 2020 to 2022, 23, or 21, 22 because of COVID. A lot of agencies give direct service. Some give services directly to young people in our halls and camps. And when there have been inability to deliver services quickly because of exposures or different quarantine pieces, they've had to wait longer. And they've actually mentioned that in some of the documents we received. So we do want to put together that report as soon as possible. We just need to get the rest of the information and get another question answered about how quickly are you planning to spend, and what is your budget to do that. That was not in our initial survey, but maybe Josh can address growth funding. We usually do give more time for spending. I don't know if you want to add anything to the timeframes.
No, not
No. Okay. But, since Robert.
I just wanted to give you some context. There's a variety of revenue sources in LA County Probation Department. Most of them come from the state. There's a few that come from the federal government. Money comes with strings attached to it. And what I mean by that is, if you give me $1,000 to pay for coffee cups, I have to buy coffee cups. I can't buy soda cans. So those sorts of, it's a silly analogy, but I'm just trying to make a point. If I don't use it for coffee cups, I have to give the money back to the state. So with JJCPA and with the other revenue sources, there are strings attached. Some of the money that comes must be used for juvenile halls. Some of the money that comes must be used for juvenile camps. Some money is adult, some money is juvenile. So JJCPA, obviously the J means juvenile. We get $27.5 million per year. Every year, sort of on autopilot, year after year after year from the state. That's a portion of the overall statewide funding. The rest goes to other counties throughout the state. We're roughly 30% of the state in terms of consumption of that. What I was trying to highlight in the $46 million that has not been spent, those are programs with $0 spent that have allocations maybe from the year just ended or maybe from years prior to that. But in total, everything we're tracking, $46 million, they haven't spent a penny. There are others that have spent all their money, and there are others that have spent something in between, 20, 30, 40, 50% of their dollars. But you got $46 million. And when I talked to the JJCC 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I said, why don't you reallocate this? And what Sharon and Josh are describing is there is a process for reallocation of that. And they go through that process to fit it within the programs and the needs and the community input. So that's what happens there. My concern is why hasn't it been spent year after year after year after year, and why is that balance continuing to pile up? And I mentioned of the 46 million that's unspent as of June 30th of last year, I don't have any numbers for the current fiscal year, but we're still in current fiscal year's infancy. Of that 46 million, over 10 million of it is 5 years old or older. So we need to look at those programs in a judicious way and do our due diligence and decide, are they really going to spend it or not? And if it's not being spent, why not? Because that way it can be used for other worthy purposes. 2 caller questions that I wrote down. One said something about the money and programming. Money is not an obstacle to programming, but there's a process to get programming in place. We have funding for programming. So when someone says we have no money for that, that's not true. The second thing is someone said, why isn't there a time limit for allocations? Well, there isn't necessarily a time limit for most of the funding we get, but we need to look at whether, again, providers, whether they be government providers or nonprofit CBOs, community-based providers, whether they can spend that money or not, realistically. That's the issue. So that's the only thing where there's a time limit on it. There are certain grants where there's time limits, but those are the exceptions rather than the rule. Other than that, there's the issue of what's called interperiod equity, and I try not to talk like an accountant, so please excuse me. But money that comes in the current fiscal year from the current taxpayer should be spent on services in the current fiscal year or thereabout, and the current community, because you're paying the money in now, you should deliver it for services now. You shouldn't use one-time money for long-term debt. You shouldn't use long-term money for one-time debt, just like your own household. You wouldn't use a credit card and run up a credit card balance for groceries. That's a financially irresponsible thing to do. The same thing is true here. We don't use debt to pay for one-time services. Okay? This sort of funding needs to be spent in the current period or reasonably thereabout in order to serve the current constituents, in order to be accountable back to the taxpayers. I can't comment on the data. I don't know about the data. I'm telling you the what. I can't tell you the why in terms of data. I'm telling you the what in terms of money. I can't tell you the why as to why it's not spent. So I'm just laying out the what for you. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, so maybe we'll move to questions and comments from the commissioners. I'm just going to start from the end again, if that's okay. Commissioner Mundo? No? Okay. Commissioner Garcia-Leyes? Commissioner Canales? Commissioner Terry?
Yes. Josh, I wanted to thank you for your presentation because I think it's been really clear for those of us who are following this that there's been no need to wait this long for the release of the funds. There's no legal research, any type of ethical basis to collect identifying data. So I appreciate you sharing that so that we're all on the same page in the room. I think I wanted to understand, so DYD is tasked with looking at the types of data that need to be collected and how to move forward with it. I think that's what was said. What does that mean in practice? What would DYD be doing? And is that meaning that they're going to be collecting the personal identifying data or making the decision about it? So if you could clarify that part.
They're going to be making the decision on the types of data to collect for the At Promise youth.
But are we talking about personal identifying data? Because I think it's already been established there's no need to collect that. So that's what I'm trying to understand. And how are we defining At Promise?
I mean, this is one of the few times I get to say that conversation needs to continue with them. In other words, when I said that I am hearing you, that one, you disagree on our position in terms of how data can be used in a smart way. We're hearing you that you don't concur. And two, you don't believe that we're a trustworthy source for that. And you have various young folks speak to that. So we're removing ourselves from that process. And so what we're essentially saying is from this point forward, for those programs, not the ones that are within probation, right? That DYD will be making those decisions, which we think is a positive move.
In the transfer, is there a recommendation from probation saying, like echoing what we've heard, which is that there's no need to collect? I'm trying to understand why they would need to further review, and there's already been all these reviews. There's been such a delay with the funds. And so I know it's no longer you all, but it also seems like, I don't know, we're done, move forward with them. So I'm trying to understand where's
It's
the.
not, I don't know that they will or won't do some of those reviews or those things. That's first of all. Second of all, there's no like magic door here that, we're giving it to them, but then there are all these strings attached and that's not the case. It seems like it's sort of sounding hard to accept that we are retracting from this fight at this moment, but what I'm saying is that we are, because in the end, our interests are aligned in wanting programs. And the fact that we may disagree in terms of research methodology, right, and the usefulness for it, and whether recidivism tracking is important or not, what we're saying is all of that is, what's more important is that we actually get more of these programs out and that we get these funds out. And so that's why we're removing ourselves from it. And my take is that a much more trusted entity, because we still have some fiscal responsibilities, would be DYD for that purpose, and their utilization of a university or consultants in terms of being able to do assessments, that's all going to be them. It's a hard one. I see it on the.
Well, it's just, there's just been such a delay. There's just so much information we have out there, and it just feels like.
But not with me.
It feels like we haven't moved, because I don't know if people trust DYD. I don't know if I was a community-based organization or a young person who was getting into trouble and was going to a community-based organization, or a family member, would I say, oh, they're going to collect the data. I know what we mean by that, because they may be more trusted than the probation department in some eyes. But for a family who wants to get their young person help, they don't know DYD. And I still think it sounds like, and I could be misunderstanding, that DYD could still say there's a need to collect personally identifying data, and someone will determine that. But I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for the release of money and for the programs to get started back? And are they going to have to collect this data? But it sounds like maybe this is now moved to a different forum.
I think Josh might have a response, or Mr. Green. Sorry.
I don't want to speak on behalf of DYD, but I will say in our last JJCC meeting, the director of DYD, who was on the data subcommittee of the JJCC, expressed a strong perspective that this data should not be collected, and that was the holdup to getting dollars out, and that for their department, they couldn't understand why it had not been released. And so I'm assuming, again, I don't want to speak for them, that they are taking this on because they think that they can expedite the release of those dollars. I think we'll take the opportunity to just ask. I think the line, and this is from inside, like somebody who's inside of a lot of these conversations, the line about what is a probation program at this point is very unclear to me as somebody who's on the CMJ, who operates in that space and tries to create and craft a plan, because, and in particular, given the board's direction over the last several years, but very recently, to explicitly task DYD with collaborating on programming inside of facilities, locked facilities, it's not clear to me what is probation programming anymore. I think the chief spoke to this, that the goal is for these to be shared facilities in some way, and in a way that presumes a type of collaboration that I think, for me, opens up just the question about, there are serious capacity questions for all of our departments, but how do we draw lines? How do we know that DYD isn't the appropriate contractor for all of the programming from the JJCC, even the ones inside of locked facilities? It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be collaboration with probation, but if we're thinking about, and youth development is this centered value in our CMJJP, it's the guiding principle of our plan. I think there is a question that we likely will need to deal with, which is any program from the CMJJP not a youth development program? And I think, to Mr. Smythe's point, there are dollars, the Youth Offender Block Grant, that are specifically for probation services inside of facilities, and these are not those dollars. I think I will just flag, I think that is a question that's still unresolved for me, and obviously I'm learning about this in real time with you. So, but that still, I think, is an outstanding question.
Do you have any additional questions, Commissioner Terry?
How do we get that question answered that Josh is raising? And if that's a separate item, I'm okay to move on, but I think it sounds like a really important question. Who answers that?
The question around what is a probation program?
Yeah. How do we get clarity?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Okay. Okay, it sounds like that would be the chief who'd answer that question, but we might need to agendize this for a future meeting where he can come back with an answer. Oh, right, and perhaps it also makes sense to invite David Carroll from the Department of Youth Development to also speak on their process and the timeline. I'll pass it to you, Commissioner Cadillo.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it super brief. You know, Chair, Chief, you're absolutely right. Like what we're expecting to hear was said, and I really appreciate that. It seems that whatever was clogging up the pipeline, those funds has been addressed. That's wonderful. And I think there's people in the room who need to be acknowledged as well. These organizations who show up time after time and do the work. Check the sheriff, Layup is here, ARC is here. I just met Vanessa Gutierrez, who's with the New Village Girls Academy, and a young man in Mr. Organization. He's here as well with the pink shirt. And I think that the way I look at this is that these are alum probation. And I really think about the care for whatever degree wasn't done when they were either within confined with probation or in the care of probation, but now that they're young adults and have moved on, I'd really admire them that they're doing the work and coming forward and speaking up, saying the work is not done yet and we still need help, you know, and so there's money that's available, and I really admire the voices who come here and are echo each other and remind all of us that even though they're out, the work still needs to be done. So thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. And to those of you, I want to make sure you hear me clear. We need you. We need your participation. I hope you're not hearing anything from me or from my staff essentially saying that we don't value the work you do, having been justice involved and then now actually sticking around and wanting to make improvements. That takes a tremendous amount of courage. Even more, I don't cease to be impressed every time I go to a public hearing and you're present. That takes courage. It takes courage to stand up and make your comments, especially when you know we may have a disagreement. And so I hope that we are on the same page in that we may not always agree, and that's okay. That's healthy. But I personally still need you to show up and tell me and challenge our system, and where, you know, sometimes I'm on the wrong side of history. I don't think today, but the only way to find out is if you consistently share your perspective and your experience and your suggestions, especially that last part. Sometimes our meetings get sideways because we just concentrate on the problem, which we may already have agreed on going in. Always interested in those suggestions on improvements. So thank you for that.
Okay, I'm going to try to ask as few questions as possible, but as you all know, sometimes that's a challenge for me. Okay, so related to DOIG taking over the data collection piece, however they deem fit, is that, you're saying that that's all programs, all, I guess like not just CBOs, but LACO, LAUSD, DMH, everything that you said is like not a probation program?
I think we're going to have to come back and have much more specifics on what we mean by program. We're just responding to this funding in particular.
Right, but this funding includes LAUSD, it includes DMH, it includes LACO.
Yeah, I think there was, I was pointed out that since they're hearing of it and they have all sorts of other questions, and anything that seems clear on the line item probably isn't, because there's three others that overlap. And so, to be fair, I think that if you are okay with it, to have a specific answers and presentations.
Okay, so yeah, just so then for the sake of specifics, if we could be really clear in like this type of document to add a column in terms of like going to DYD, staying with probation, I think would be helpful. The other question I have is, I mean, this has taken a long time. We've been stuck in this cycle of waiting for probation to come to some sort of resolution around collecting this data, which obviously lifts up a concern around governance and probation's, I don't know if it's like ability to do so or kind of like willingness to do so. And so just wondering like what it looks like or if there's some contemplation around transferring this whole bucket of dollars and its administration and its governance to DYD. Or if we're not there yet.
It's a pretty heavy question. I was hoping a staff member would jump up but it's an important question, and frankly, nobody would be more interested in the answer to that than our own staff and probation. And it's the number one question that I get from staff, which is, do we still exist? What is our role? Is another department created to completely do away with us? What are we doing? And so I don't know that I can provide a satisfactory answer with respect to this, except to say, I'm clear that probation has a role, both statutorily and simply because, from my perspective, when we take a look at local governance, that there is a very specific and important role for probation. The fact that we have an incredible challenge presently doesn't undo that role in my mind for probation, and that in fact, all of the efforts and the ability to have an environment, and we're just talking about the juvenile portion of it now,
I'm talking about the JJCPA.
that it is wholly on probation to do that. And DYD has a very specific function, and while we work very closely with them and Director Carroll, that there are still going to be programming elements and things that, for the time being, probation is best suited to continue. And we're sort of at our infancy in terms of how much DYD can do, wants to do, is prepared to do. And while we're certainly open to them doing more and truly value, especially his leadership with respect to this, we're in development. We don't have the answers to all of that yet. This is a work in progress. And as we move forward and programs come online and we understand our sort of strong suits and what we can do, then, it's a flexible relationship that will continue.
If I can dovetail off of that, I can give you a whole alphabet soup of different funding types, GPF, JPCF, YOBG, we mentioned some of them already. Each one of those, again, comes with different strings attached. In terms of JJCPA, it is legislatively mandated that it is under probation's jurisdiction. So we can't transfer it in whole to DYD. There are certain functions we can transfer, and there's ways of having money allocated to DYD, just like there is to DMH or DHS or LAUSD or community-based organizations. But there have been reports provided by the CEO to the board about each of our major funding sources and whether they can or cannot be transferred. And most of those require a change in state legislation in order to transfer that funding oversight to another entity.
Yeah, I just ask us to look at San Francisco and San Diego that don't have this sit with probation. But I'm going to wrap us up so that we can move on to the next agenda item because of time. Sorry, let me just. Okay. Was a motion? No. Okay. All right. So we're going to move to agenda item 4. We're going to hear. Oh, thank you so much to our presenters and for sticking with us. I know we thought this was going to happen earlier in the morning, so thank you again. For agenda item 4, we're going to hear a report from the Los Angeles County Office of the Inspector General on the Los Angeles County Probation Department's compliance with the Department of Justice Settlement Agreement from 2021. We decided to place this item on the agenda again today to hear from Mr. Bates about the most recent DOJ report and to take potential action on requesting data to help us better understand the scope of use of force cases in the juvenile institutions. Okay. And the chief has to leave, and so I think Ms. Donnell will be here to answer some questions and present on progress in response to what the OIG shares with us today.
Well, good morning. I don't know if I said that earlier. I can give an overview of our latest report. I was unaware that that was going to be an agenda. I thought it was the Flores report and dealing with the backlog, but it's okay.
I think it's maybe both.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. In our latest DOJ report, it basically was consistent with the previous report. We found the most troubling part to be the noncompliance of the review of the use of force incidents. Previously, this is our third report and covering 6 months each, so that's a year and a half. And in each report, we found that there's been zero compliance with the Department of Justice compliance standard. Not a 1% increase or 2%, there's been 0% across the board each time. So as you can imagine, that's very troubling to us. And I would like to say, though, that I met with the probation department's executive staff and with the new chief, the interim chief. They've developed, and I believe they had someone here earlier that was going to discuss the process, but they have a process now to address the incredible backlog of the review of use of force cases. And I'm sure I wouldn't do it justice because they actually know the program better than I do, but in essence, they have pulled in people from outside to look at all of the use of force incidents, to review them. That then is reviewed by outside counsel. And then that review, there's a recommendation made, and then it ultimately gets back to the probation department to decide if it's going to be opened as an internal affairs investigation or if they found there's nothing there. It's a very simplified process that I've provided you. But what I am glad to see is that they have someone who I believe will be able to get through the backlog and identify those cases that need to be addressed. And then they're also making sure that going forward, they're not adding to that backlog by having the institutions timely review the uses of force incidents that still come up from this point on. So though that was the main concern from our report. Ms. Donnell is here. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. So she can tell you the actual process. But I did want to say that I am confident in knowing that they are addressing that in a manner in which I think will identify cases that warrant further possible investigation. And then also from going on, not contributing to that backlog so that they can be reviewed timely. So I'm open for questions, and Ms. Donnell can add if necessary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Donnell. I'm a bureau chief with the probation department. This is not my first time coming before you to report on the status of our backlog. The difference this time is now it has become under our new interim chief, my kind of like my special project. So that is my sole focus for the last month or so, has been the backlog project and developing the proposal that Eric Bates just briefed you on. So that proposal involves 18 expert contractors that we've been allowed to bring on board. These are retired law enforcement persons with a background in investigations, and they have been force trainers for the state and specifically for CDCR and some of our state juvenile institutions. They are overseen by 4 outside attorneys who are also experts in these types of cases and incidents. We have been able to set up an environment online for them to access quickly our use of force packets or incidents and the accompanying video. We've developed a streamlined process for them to review the cases. They will make a recommendation on whether the force was unnecessary, excessive, or if the force was within policy. If they recommend the force was unnecessary or excessive, probation will automatically refer those to our internal affairs for investigation. The contractors and the attorneys have been trained on our policies and processes on September 19th and September 14th. So those were the 2 days that we trained everyone. And we began assigning cases last week. We've assigned out 121 cases, and the contractors are rapidly working those cases and returning those to the attorneys for final review. They're moving fairly quickly, and I am scheduled to assign another 60 to 80 cases to them tomorrow. When the cases return, probation will adhere to the recommendation of the attorneys and forward those incidents to internal affairs. But as Mr. Bates has indicated, every case is basically out of compliance with our administrative requirements and requirements under the Cal DOJ agreement. So those all incidents will be forwarded to the first team when they return from the contractors for final review to tally up the list of the administrative areas that were out of compliance. And that boils down to documentation, what's missing. That also boils down to the decontamination process, if pepper spray was used. So the first team is doing a deeper dive into the use of pepper spray for the purpose, and a deeper dive looking into the administrative process for the purpose of streamlining the administrative process moving forward and making revisions to the use of force policy and the process as needed based on the data we're collecting or the information we're gathering. We know that the process is needs to be overhauled. It is a legacy process that's very, very paper intensive, and it needs to be updated and streamlined with current technology. All of that will be looked at and folded into training. The training requirements need to be revamped also. Right now, we currently train once a year. We're looking at more frequent training as part of the corrective action also. That will be included at the end of this process. The backlog numbers, just so you know, when we began in March, Barry J had 289. Barry J is now down to 70 cases. Central Juvenile Halls increased from 728 to 938. Central is now down to 800 that need to be touched by the contractors. We had a conversation the last time I was here about video and the importance of video when reviewing these incidents. The good thing about Central is the video system has retention beyond what we originally thought. So the video retention system actually goes back in the majority of areas, overwhelming majority of areas of Central, to January 2022. And we have very few cases in January 2022. The bulk of the backlog is going into the spring of 2022 forward to the move to to Los Padrinos. So the project covers all of 2022 through mid-July 2023. And so we're looking at that, as Mr. Bates indicated, and Los Padrinos is currently working on a plan to ensure that they stay on top of current use of force incidents at their facility.
Okay, so we'll move to public comment. If we have any public comment in the room, please stand online. And then for folks on WebEx, please raise your hand.
Good afternoon. So when I came, I wasn't really coming here to speak to this particular agendized item, but I feel that I can come and speak with some knowledge as the Antelope Valley stations have been under a settlement agreement with the DOJ since 2015. So obviously it's not the probationary department, but same kind of animal. So I'm advising the commissioners when people come from the department and want to talk about how wonderful and how on top they are of these reviews of use of force to please dig deeper. So what I have found, at least in my area, is that a lot of times staff may report and say this use of force was not within department regulations, like they do the right thing. But what happens at mid-level and upper management is they will take those and they will turn those into that it was within regulations. So for instance, the 15th semi-annual monitor's report related instance where a deputy had pepper sprayed a 50-year-old man who was already handcuffed, detained in the backseat 4 separate times. Okay, so that was reported like that's not within compliance.
Raquel, that's your time.
Okay.
Thank you, and you're welcome to speak on any item. And I think we'll leave it up to the commissioners if they want to
If you have
extend
questions, yeah.
time or have questions. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Keegan Carmouche. I'm in my second year of undergrad at USC, and I'm actually an intern with CDF. So thank you for having me here. As far as accountability goes, for those who violate the use of force, what would be the consequences if they found that they violated it during the case review?
Case review, the cases will be automatically. Oh, that's or not, it doesn't matter. Thank you for that. The process requires the cases to be automatically referred to internal affairs, and internal affairs handles it from that, independent of my process. So they will be looked at and investigated by internal affairs if there's a finding during the review that excessive and/or unnecessary force was used.
Yes, ma'am. Are you familiar with any of the consequences, though, if they find that?
That can be up to discharge. That's the discipline, up to discharge for any misconduct.
Keegan, you actually have more time if you want to say anything else, but did that complete your comment?
Yes, ma'am. I yield my time.
Great, thank you. Right on. Okay, I have to remain unbiased. I apologize. It's very difficult for me. Do we have any public commenters on WebEx? Okay. Adrena? Great, thank you, Adrena. We're gonna open your mic and you'll have a minute to speak.
Based off my son's experience dealing with illegal use of force, where a probation officer placed his knee behind his neck, completely cutting off his air circulation to the point where he couldn't even speak, to tell him he couldn't breathe anymore until he blacked out. So now I made an incident report about this because that particular police move is banned. It's the same one that killed Floyd, where the Black Lives Matter movement arose, and they're implementing this on kids. Now, I talked to ombudsman, and they filed the incident report, but you know what they told me? They said, you're not going to know the results of it. So that kind of defeats the purpose, where we should be able to know the results and make sure they're held accountable if they're mistreating and doing that to children. And it's just unorganized. And, you know, going back to the DYD, if it's appointed by probation, I don't trust it. It seems like it's a way to divert attention on probation and place it somewhere else where they don't have to answer to it. I'd rather it be appointed to people who have placed kids' interests above probation's interest to create a balance, as opposed to them giving us the same answers and excuse probation provides us with and being stuck in a cycle.
Thank you, Adrena. That's your time. And I will say, related to both of those questions, on our website, which is poc.lacounty.gov, if you click on reports on the top dashboard and scroll down, you'll see that we post probation's ProbeStat reports. That's spelled PROBSTAT. And they do regular reports, including on the administrative and adult bureaus. And I'm sorry, this one would be on the, I'm looking at Sarah, it's on the admin ProbeStat, yes, on investigative affair, on IA. So there are charts within there that will show you, not the specific cases, but it will show you how many IA reports come in as a percentage from which division in the department, and then also how those move through the process toward discipline or accountability, or how many of them are substantiated. So there is some of that statistics available on our website. Anybody else online for comment? Okay, Lena, please join us. We're going to unmute you.
Hello, Lena Mallet with CDF. I just want to name that I'm feeling like great trepidation in knowing that the contracted investigators do have law enforcement backgrounds, and also that even after review of these cases, that we are yielding to the probation department's internal affairs to decide proper repercussions for potential illegal use of force cases, and would just want to pose the question of exploring an alternative model that would yield to greater transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
I'll pass it to the commissioners for any comments or questions, starting with Commissioner Mundo. Okay, Commissioner Garcia-Leyes.
So comments and a couple questions. First, I agree with the callers wholeheartedly that more transparency and accountability in police use of force generally is needed. But unfortunately for people who share our opinion, state law really prohibits the sort of transparency and accountability I think that we have in mind. So with that in mind, I don't want to ask the probation department to break the law and reveal make the videos available to the public as much as I think that might result ultimately in a good result. Second, I have two questions. So first, for Chief Donnell, who are these outside contractors? Is it a single firm? Are they department employees? Like, where do they come from?
The former contractors are a group of retirees from CDCR and other state agencies that have a background in reviewing these types of cases. They have a background in internal affairs. They have a background in training, in use of force training. They've been used by other agencies.
I'll stop you right there. Did we put out an RFP and we got 18 individual responses? Are they all part of the same,
The
OIR group or an organization like that? What was the process for choosing these people?
The contractors were brought in through a law firm, by a law firm.
What's the law firm?
Harrell Cantrell. HURRELLCANTRALL. That's 2 words.
Okay, then my second question is for Mr. Bates. Are you having any oversight or spot checking this, or is there any sort of outside accountability coming from the Inspector General's office?
I had a feeling that question was going to come. And I will first say, our ongoing issue is staffing. And I share the commission's concerns and the community's concerns of making sure that there's transparency in this process, especially since we're dealing with correcting a previous problem. Without saying we will be 100% involved as far as monitoring it, I will say that we will be involved because it is tangentially related to the DOJ settlement agreement in addressing is the probation department addressing the use of force reviews properly. So we will be involved. I would like to have our office even more involved, but we don't have the staffing at this point, but we will be involved to make sure that, as someone said, internal affairs isn't just, or someone in the process isn't just overlooking obvious issues of misconduct for whatever reason.
So I probably don't need to say this, knowing the quality of your work, but can we expect then, I guess, in future reports for you to explain what involvement you've been able to have and
Without going,
let us know what the methods have been into your ability to do whatever oversight you've been able to do.
without going too far out on the limb, I would like to do that. I would anticipate doing that. The only limitation would be if it interfered with us being prepared for the DOJ reports or Board of Supervisor report backs. But I would like to do that, and we'll hopefully be able to provide a report on that at some point.
It's okay, I got it. Thank you. My question is, so you mentioned about the 18 expert contractors who are retired COs and whatever, and then you said that they're overseen by 4 outside attorneys. Are these outside attorneys all connected to the Harrell Cantrell law firm?
Yes.
They are all connected to the same law firm. So isn't that kind of? Okay, well, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, so I think needless to say, many of us are struggling with that same feeling that having one law firm, unclear how they were identified, then recruit 18 consultants, all with like specific law enforcement backgrounds. Again, doesn't seem like a terribly transparent process, or one that might result in what some of us are looking for. If you could provide the names also of the 4 attorneys and the 18 consultants, is that publicly? Can you share that? Okay. I mean, I think it would be helpful, at least for the public, to know who's reviewing these cases and, yeah, just their, oh, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Canales.
In connection to the law firm, is this the same law firm that, that handles like CDC litigation and probation litigation by any chance?
I don't believe so, but I would have to confirm that. I don't know anything about who handles probation's litigations.
Or CDCR?
Do you know how this law firm was identified? I mean, there were like hundreds of thousands of law firms in the state of California, so just curious how we landed on this one.
When I was pulled back to the project, they were in place.
Sorry, and can you also just clarify, okay, so if you can provide the names of the attorneys and the consultants, that would be wildly helpful. Can you also confirm, did you say that there were 800 outstanding cases at a central juvenile hall or 300?
I said when we began the process, we had on the log, when I got pulled back in, 938. So we've assigned 17 were done, handled previously in the traditional process. And now we've developed a new fast track process with this group. And 121 have been assigned and are in various stages of review completion. And 800 remain. So
Okay.
of that 800, tomorrow I'll probably assign about 60 to 80 additional.
Okay. And do you have any numbers on LP? I know, I mean, or is this just from like July of 2023 back?
This is July 2023 and back. I am aware that LP has approximately 200 use of force incidents, but I can't tell you much else about those.
Okay. And will those use of force incidents be subject to the same process of review that you just shared with us with these 4 attorneys and 18 consultants?
The goal is a no, but we are prepared if we need to assist LP to become current if they need that assistance.
Okay. So this is just to address the backlog.
Yes.
Okay. I can't read my own writing. Oh, okay. Around the, like, you know, based on the, one of the public comments, is there any process by which family is notified? Okay, there was a use of force incident back in, I don't know, December of 2022. We have now sent it to this group of people. They have made this initial review. now it's being sent to like what is communicated to family and when?
So usually when a use of force incident occurs as part of the process, and this is part of the administrative piece that the first team is going to look at, families and guardians are immediately notified when youth are involved in a use of force incident at that time. So that's something that we will be tracking on the back end after the contractors are done, along with other processes, like we'll for the sake of determining the specific shortfalls or the specific areas where we definitely need to take a harder look at and track better. But parents and guardians are supposed to be informed immediately the day a youth is involved in a use of force incident. Now, to your question about if something is going to investigation, there's a chance families will find out because internal affairs would have to reach out to speak with those youth involved.
I mean, there's a chance, doesn't seem terribly reliable. So like there's no automatic notification to family, like this is being sent to internal affairs.
I'm not familiar with internal affairs' process today.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, I get that that's just putting it out there, that this seems to be part of the problem around the transparency and accountability. And then I know you said that they're based on Keegan's public comment in terms of outcomes for staff or consequences for staff. Is there any consequence to staff that happens at the point that the consultants and the attorneys make a determination that this was, outside of what is appropriate? I don't remember the exact language, or unnecessary or excessive. At that point, is there any consequence to staff? Like, okay, well, we're going to take you off the line, or is it only at the completion of the
investigation outcomes such as that, whether staff remain online or not, that's done with internal affairs in a bureau, and it's done at the beginning of the investigation.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so at the beginning of an investigation, if internal affairs and the bureau deem remove this person offline during the duration of the investigation, they will be removed offline to a post position and potentially sent home as well, if needed.
Okay. I know, sorry, there was also like the larger compliance issues that the DOJ had reported on. This is beyond use of force. So is there like is it okay for us to ask you some questions, Mr. Bates, about that? Like just around, not just use of force, but around, I don't know. I remember last time we were here, we were talking about like the scanning of folks walking in and the lunch being put on top of the,
Right.
whatever, that conveyor belt thing.
Right.
And things around like visitation and attorney visitation and other issues around that. So I know that a number of us have been to LP. I was just talking to an attorney who was there on Monday who said that they waited 3 hours to see their client. And at that point, they were not allowed to meet with their client in private. They were actually just taken to the day room, at which point the young person was like, I'm not trying to talk to you here in this day room. As after waiting for 3 hours, there was no conversation. So I don't know if there's been any like follow, or like, we hear about families who are waiting hours to see their kids and visits are only 30 minutes to an hour. So just wondering if there's like been any.
Our review of the visitation in relation to the DOJ settlement was, I don't believe we looked at the wait times.
Okay.
We were just looking at the logs that they keep to see if they allow visitation.
Got it.
And I did get some clarification from my staff that she didn't specifically remember if attorney visits were included.
Okay.
But she did say she's not seen any other visitation logs. So in theory, it might be part of the one visitation log that we're provided by probation. I don't know if there's a separate one.
Okay.
Okay, there is a separate log.
Okay, so you're not looking at
by
that.
Ms. Donnell. So we've not looked at the issues that may be related to attorney
Okay.
youth visits.
And then related to the like screening of visitors, staff coming through, I was at LP 2 weeks ago, and where some folks would like empty their pockets and put it on the conveyor belt. I saw about 3 different staff members, or I don't know who they were. They look like probation staff, literally just like take out their keys, take out their phone, and just hold them. as they walk through the scanner. Not that like scanners can check for drugs or other paraphernalia anyway in that way, but like it was just kind of funny to me. So obviously the person's going to beep because they're holding the things in their hands, but that was, it's going to go off, right? But I didn't know if there was any additional monitoring of that type of stuff. I guess that's more connected to contraband. So maybe I'm just mixing
No,
all
it's
the
fine.
things.
Not as of yet. And Eric Strong was here and he would have been the perfect person to address that. I can say that they have a new contracting company at LP to address some issues. I know they are attempting to address the issues, and I know that since I've been at LP, it's been a lot better than how the scanning and security was at Central. But we've not done any comprehensive review of the system yet, but we will. But I do know that there are a number of improvements that probation is looking to do and have already started to deal with the security and contraband there. And unfortunately, Mr. Strong is not here.
Okay.
But we will look into that and maybe be able to answer that more at the next meeting.
Okay. I'm going to just check if any other commissioners have additional questions, comments, concerns. Okay. To our public commenter, unfortunately for this agenda item, we are wrapping up public comment, but at the end, there's opportunity to give general public comment if you want to jump back online then. Okay, I think we're all set then with agenda item, sorry, I don't even know either. That was 4, okay. Thank you to our presenters. Agenda item 5 was to discuss and take appropriate action on an update from the LA County Office of Inspector General on their investigation into the probation department's role in supervising the person on probation who is accused of murdering 2 El Monte police officers last year. That report has been published and attached to today's agenda. Both Eric Bates and, thank you, Shadi Cardin from the OIG are here to update us on this item. Given the pending litigation related to this incident, probation has been instructed not to present on this topic today. If you'd like to provide a public comment on this item, raise your hand on WebEx. If you're in the room, you can approach the front of the room to get online when the presentation ends. Eric, I'm passing it to you.
Thank you very much. And I know the commission has known about this report that we've been working on for quite some time regarding this tragic death of these 2 officers. And I have Ms. Cardin here because she was the author of it and did the research. And it's taken us this time to present it because of the just complexity of it. And we wanted to provide a comprehensive report. And as I'm sure you've all read, there were a number of deficiencies that we came across. So I will let Ms. Cardin delve into it. But I just wanted to say that was the delay in providing it, is because we really wanted to make the report worth the tragic event that occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Good afternoon. I know it's been a very long day, so I will try my best to make this as brief and quick as possible. Obviously, there is a lot of details in the report that was published in August. I want to try to summarize it, if possible, as much as I can about the failures and the deficiencies in their policies. And then if anyone has any questions along the way, please feel free to ask me and I will hopefully be able to answer it for you. As Mr. Bates pointed out, we started this review shortly after the 2 El Monte officers were shot and killed. We pulled and reviewed the probationary file of Mr. Flores, at which time we found multiple different failures on the part of the probation department in supervising Mr. Flores, as well as all the deficiencies within their own policies and procedures. Going through each of the failures and the deficiencies very quickly, I can tell you that from the very beginning of his supervision, there was a long delay in even setting up a supervision plan. After the fact that Mr. Flores was sentenced by the court in February, he was ordered, which is customary, to report to the probation department within 48 hours of sentencing. He actually did so. He contacted the probation department within 48 hours. However, the probation department was not ready to set up his supervision plan. They had information accessible to them through their adult probation system, in which they store a lot of basic information about them, since probation is responsible for putting together a pre-sentencing report for the court at the time that somebody is accused of a felony, which details their prior convictions, which details their history, if they are affiliated with a gang, if they have drug.
Can I stop? Sorry, I'm going to stop you for a second. Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, is it
Sorry,
not?
that might be it. Or no? Sorry, we've got someone just shared.
Oh, that you lost sound? Okay, it might be because I'm talking very fast too.
No, I
I
don't think you have to talk like directly into the microphones.
All right, I will hold it. There was a failure in actually establishing his supervision plan. Just to repeat myself in case anybody missed it, the court ordered for him to report within 48 hours. He did so. Probation was not prepared to do so, even though they had information about him ready to go. In fact, it took about 3 weeks until the probation department assigned a deputy probation officer to supervise Mr. Flores. And then it took another week, so almost over a month, until his orientation package was mailed out to him. So that was sort of one of the first things we noticed reviewing his file. Now, at the time that Mr. Flores was placed on probation, there was an emergency COVID response. And so a lot of the probation offices had been shut down and people were not reporting in person, which is obviously what they do. So the probation department created this new temporary policy, which allowed for what's called voice reporting. And by definition of their own policy, what voice reporting was to entail is that it would be a phone conversation where with the probation would have direct contact with the client, meaning there's a conversation, and they would discuss their case management, they would discuss, certain appointments, so on and so forth. Now, what we discovered after reviewing the file is that from the time that probation had been assigned Mr. Flores, there are certain notations within his file and inside of the adult probation system indicating several voice reporting dates. After sort of pulling everything, we realized these weren't actually real voice reportings. They were just maybe voice messages left or attempts that were made to make a phone call. So they were basically not being correctly indicated that there was actual direct contact with Mr. Flores at the time of his probation had begun. In fact, probably a little bit more disturbing is the fact that as we continue to pull his file, is that a true direct contact by definition of what a voice reporting is did not actually occur until over 6.5 months after he had been placed on probation. Digging even further, probation department, in order to sort of assess and classify a probationer after they've been sentenced, does what we call a DRAD. A DRAD is short for Defendant Risk Assessment Data Assessment. So what it really is a assessment of their risk level. There's kind of a score sheet that's created, has about 8 different factors on their score sheet, where the investigative probation officer, who's usually the person who's handling the individual in court, takes a bunch of different, information about the individual and scores them to be able to classify their risk level. Either they are low risk to the community and to others, or they're medium risk, or they're high risk. And these things include such things as their prior record, their history on probation, maybe if there's a drug or alcohol abuse, or if there's a gang affiliation, so on and so forth. So what's interesting about Mr. Flores is that he, during his investigation in his DRAD report score, was determined to be a medium risk. And what's interesting about that, there are multiple things that are interesting about it, is that, first of all, multiple things were not including in that score sheet, including his gang affiliation. Also, his current offense was not reviewed. And so when I started digging deeper into it and asking probation, all right, can you give me a little bit more information about which DRAD score report was used for this? I received 3 different versions of a DRAD score report which were all very inconsistent as to how the scores were going to be accumulated. And ultimately, I think at some point during our review, there was a fourth one that was presented to us as well. So there was just a complete inconsistency on how these assessments are being made. So regardless, he was at that time determined to be a medium risk, and he continued to not report. Then what we also discovered is that even when the court actually, even when the, excuse me, just one second. Even when the offices started to reopen, which was in October, the only time he actually appeared, can you still hear me? The only time he actually appeared was in December. That was one time they had physical contact with him. And at that time, the additional required assessments were also not done. Probation, you know, as a way of rehabilitating the individual that's on probation to help them get back into the community, does this other assessment. It's called an LS/CMI, which I don't recall right now what that stands for, but I know the purpose of it is to be able to assess the individual and determine whether certain programs should be provided for them so that we can lower their risk of reentry into the criminal justice system. That is supposed to be done within 60 days of them being sentenced to probation. And again, a second time in 6 months, neither of those things were done. Even at the time that the offices were reopened, even at the time that he appeared in person in December, none of those efforts were made. Now, what we continue to then dig even deeper is the fact that there was ample opportunity to violate Mr. Flores in the 16 months that he was on probation, besides the fact that he was not either truly voice reporting, nor was he showing up for his actual in-person meetings. On June 15th, we learned after review that SEO, which is I know, I was getting all of them. Okay, so the SEO, the Special Enforcement Operation of the Probation Department, has a component of their actual part called Disarm, which was created back in, I think, 2000 by one of the supervisors. And the purpose of it was for them to be able to do unannounced visits and unannounced checks on the field of individuals that they think are high risk to the community. And so Mr. Flores was actually identified by the Disarm unit of SEO as being a high-risk probationer because of his gang affiliation and because of the fact that he had been convicted of the current crime of being a felon with a firearm. So, you know, just right there, complete disconnect between, you know, the initial assessment of being high risk, the initial, you know, this other part of the department making him high risk. And on June 15th, several months after he was on probation, the Disarm unit goes to the address in which he had indicated he was living with his family. They find that he's not there. His family explains that he had packed some of his stuff. They left. Nobody really knows where he is. SEO comes back. They make the note about this in the APS. They notify his probation officer to let him know. No actions taken. At this point, it's now, I think, about 3 months since the time that he had been sentenced to probation, and probation makes no effort to file any type of violation on him to even explain. And when you look at the APS printout, you see that it just keeps saying that there's voice reporting, voice reporting, voice reporting, which is obviously not accurate. We then further learned that on August 1st, there was a notation in the file that said that there was a desertion report filed on Mr. Flores. What that means is that, you know, probation had recognized that he's not reporting, therefore we're going to file this particular violation with the court. However, that actual report is non-existent in his file. It was never followed through. And when we spoke to probation about it, they informed us that they had attempted to file it, but then withdrew it because he had called in, and there was just a lot of inconsistencies. Needless to say, no actions were actually taken. And what became even more concerning is that if a desertion report and a violation report is to be filed, there are several steps the probation department has to take. And one of them, which would seem like common sense, is to check his warrants and check his record to see, well, if he's MIA, maybe he's in custody somewhere else. And we know for a fact that that was not done. And we know that because when we looked at his record, we saw that he had 3 outstanding warrants for him that dated back before he even was sentenced, which means even at the time of sentencing, probation did not check his warrants. So he had 3 outstanding warrants pending for him since 2020. 2 of them were out of San Bernardino and another one out of Los Angeles County in 2021. So a desertion report was not filed. 6.5 months go by before the first phone call is actually made. Still, no action is taken at all. He finally appeals in person in December at the end of 2021. 2021. Again, his assessments were not done. Drug testing was not done, which was ordered by the court for him to have periodic drug testing. None of it was done. Another notation is in his file that another desertion report was attempted to be filed in March of 2022. And again, same thing. No warrant checks were done then. No actual physical report of the desertion was in there. We were told again that it was attempted to be filed, but it was withdrawn for some reason. So moving on to sort of the final hours, so to speak, before the shooting occurs, there's sort of what I would refer to as an escalated levels of violations that are still not being paid attention to. On June 2nd of 2022, the mother of Mr. Flores' girlfriend calls his probation officer and says that Mr. Flores is severely hurting her daughter, that there is severe domestic violence that's occurring, that she's very concerned because Mr. Flores has a gun and that he is on drugs, specifically PCP. The probation officer then makes this notation very briefly in the APS, sends out an email to another probation officer, and I believe at the time to a supervisor. So at least 2 other people in the department were made aware. Nothing is done. The only thing that the probation officer tells Mr. Flores' girlfriend's mother is to report this incident or any type of incident to local law enforcement, which she does. We find out that a report was made to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department several days later, in which the girlfriend gives very detailed information about the abuse that she was enduring from Mr. Flores. However, she doesn't add in there that there was a gun. It looks like, on review, that it's just very much focused on sort of what she had experienced with him in detail. So then after the report has been filed, the mother calls the probation department again on June 6th, at which time she says, I have reported this. There was a police report. Probation then tells her, okay, I will pull the report. The report was not pulled. We independently pulled it ourselves through the Sheriff's Department. It was not part of the file. So on June 6th, what's interesting is that probation then decides to really file a desertion report. And we know this because then a warrant check is done at that point, and those 3 warrants that I was talking about show up that are dated, 2 of them are over 2 years old at that point, and another one is over a year old. And instead of referring to these sort of egregious things that have been occurring with the girlfriend and the drugs and the gun, the desertion report that's then filed on June 6th only refers to those 3 warrants that have been outstanding. That's all that it says in there. Then on June 7th, the next day, Mr. Flores' own mother calls the probation department very concerned, saying that my son has been fighting with my other son. He has a gun. He is on PCP. I'm very concerned. No actions are taken. as we continue to read this file, even though multiple people knew about what was happening and they were continuously notified, local law enforcement was not made aware of any of this. There was a complete disconnect between everybody in each level as to what was happening. And it was a mess. So I try to summarize and be brief, so I apologize, but there's just a lot of information and a lot of different details, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, if you have any.
Just processing over here, but I'm gonna make space for public comment. If there are folks in the audience who'd like to give public comment, please do so. And if you're online, please raise your hand to give public comment. Again, it will be limited to 1 minute because of the time.
Thank you for that presentation. I don't see anyone in the room. Do we have anyone online? Okay, great. Okay, Crystal, we're going to begin with you.
Crystal Jones for Crystal Clear Learning Foundation advocate. I want to say thank you to Ms. Sade. I'm saying her name, current overview of what's happening. I want to say my deepest concern is for the mother, as a mother myself and a leader, the concern of reaching out to the community agency for actual resources and help and to advocate the urgency of the needs for my child and not receive the help I need. Not only lives anymore, but to help impact the other youth lives whose lives are at stake today. For the need of mothers to want to help their child and also help them themselves and other siblings that might be in the household and could fall a victim of circumstance because of having the lack of help. The urgency to be accountable and for you guys to understand we look up to you for accountability, trust, safety, resources, and real leadership that understands the needs. Provide resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal, for joining us. Next up, Thomas. Thomas, we're going to open your mic. Thomas, we could hear you. Oh, yeah, now we can. You can begin.
All right. Just had a question. When the IOG was doing their research, did they see if the officer was deployed? Or if he wasn't deployed, was he taking up the backlog from officers who were deployed at the time? Or what else was going on? Because all I'm hearing is what they didn't do, or probation failed this, probation failed that. But with all that's going on in this department, what happened besides them failing? What caused it to fail? Because no one is just going to not do their job. No one is just not going to let somebody slide and let things get away. Was he deployed? Was he in the halls when he should have been in his office? Like we've been making for a while. That's happening. And now something happens, you blame the officer instead of what's going on actually in the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Any other comments? Did you want to address that question, Derek?
Just as a point of clarification, this incident occurred before any redeployment of staff from the field. So this has nothing to do with the current situation of staff being redeployed into the facilities and the possible issues of them not being able to carry on their in-office duties. So this was completely separate.
Okay, so that's the end of public comment. I'm just going to take the liberty to say that while I know that many, many months have passed since this happened, I'm sure it feels like yesterday for the families of the two officers involved. So I'd just like to take a minute to think about their loss, and I'll turn it over.
Thank you for lifting that up. I'll pass it to the commissioners if there are any comments or questions, concerns.
Thank you, Wendy, for taking that time to say that. My heart goes out And I'm going to say something that's going to make me less popular with probation, but I'm not surprised. This Oversight Commission is here because not all, but there are a lot of people that work for probation that don't really take the job seriously. And I hope for those that do the work, that come every day, they understand that by allowing other people not to do the work, it hurts us all. It's disappointing and it's heartbreaking. I have two cousins that work for El Monte PD. And so I know how it affected them. I only have one question because I'm sure that if they were notified, we would have more public comment today. Was any of the El Monte family notified that this was on the agenda?
No, we didn't specifically send out any invitations.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice had we just called the El Monte PD and let them know so they could have at least had the opportunity to listen in to an amazing report, sadly. But it would have been nice.
Well, I agree. There is something I think we can do now. You know, Ismail does an incredible job of getting these videos out very quickly, so we can certainly send them a copy of their report in terms of a link. I mean, they have a copy of OIG's report, which is available publicly, but send them a copy of the video of this and invite them to comment if they wish, so that you all can hear at least after the fact.
That's what I was thinking with him comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia-Leyes, any comments or questions?
I wish we had an hour to talk about this. I have a
Yeah.
lot to say. Because this is a case that gets to the heart of so much of the most difficult aspects of probation and criminal justice reform and policing. I mean, Mr. Flores reminds me so much in the first couple pages of my clients, right? I suspect probably a former and long inactive gang member, gun possession charge, right? I mean, this not good at returning phone calls. This is exactly, at that point, the person in my mind who I would like to see probation treat with a soft touch. But by the end of this report, his mom saying he's pulled a gun on his brother, he's smoking PCP, he's domestic violence. At that point, he's somebody I absolutely want to see violated. And the steps in between are complicated and full of gray areas. So I appreciate that the report details all of that. And I want to consider Officer Bell's comments too, that there's a lot more that can't be put in this report or isn't in this report. And I think, right, if this put on blast individual probation officers, that would probably be inappropriate and probably a violation of the Police Officers' Bill of Rights. So we're just going to have to guess, I think, as to what was going on with each, at least the public is left just guessing as to what was going on with the specific probation officers and why they didn't apparently do all of their duties. So I just want to take the time to say that. I don't really have any questions because I think all the questions that I'm left with are questions you can't answer. Not the least of which is, would this tragedy have been prevented were it not for these failures? But I don't expect you to be able to answer that question, so I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, the report was very detailed, and, you know, with every time you said about another email or phone call, it was just like all those times that it could have been prevented. And then even when it came down to his own family, you know, and so, I mean, you know, what do you say? Thank you for this detailed report with the tragedy that occurred. It's kind of, you know, morbid, but I just, I hope that all the families involved. It's a lot. It should have never have happened. And then this also for me as a commissioner, that's what I mean. This is so hard because on the one hand, you're like, oh, probation comes down too hard and they get harassed. And then on this hand, you're like, they did absolutely nothing. There's outrage. And so like, where do you draw the line? Where do you find the solutions through all this? So these things do not continue to happen, right? On all levels. And so anyways, I just wanted to say a few words for all involved.
Thank you so much for all of the time and energy that you put into this. And yes, so many apologies, which feels like such a insufficient response, not just to the officers, not even just to Mr. Flores, who was failed by the system really repeatedly, and to all of the family members who reached out for help and who also lost people that they love and cared for, however complicated that may have been. In reading this report and hearing your presentation, it's hard to not be left with like, was this just an anomaly, or is this how the system functions? I think I certainly have my biases, as most folks know, that this is symbolic of kind of how the system generally functions, having been a public defender and having seen, to Mr. Garcia-Lez's point, or to Commissioner Garcia-Lez's point. I don't know if you're able to speak to this, but like, are there next steps? Is it just, here's the report and we're done? Is there a deeper investigation into?
I mean, if you, at the end of our report, we make a lot of recommendations and, we will follow up to see, we have been sort of checking in to see about these different systems in place and this complete disconnect into being able to monitor and supervise people on probation. I mean, yes, it's a very complex situation. There's so many different players. So we are, looking at it. I mean, I don't think we'll be doing any further investigations on this case, obviously specifically, but as far as a systemic issue, absolutely. I mean, that's part of our responsibilities and we're definitely going to be looking into that.
Oh, finish. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know. And yet, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Yes, that's exactly what Wendy was sharing with me, that we lost quorum, so we can't make any motions, move in that way, but we can still continue to take public comment. Does that mean that we won't do agenda item 8?
Can't even vote. That's right.
Okay. So as it relates to agenda item 8, oh, sorry, thank you so much to the Office of the Inspector General for just sharing all of this information in a public way so that it becomes accessible to more folks. But I'm going to move us to agenda item 8, which was supposed to be an update from the POC's Data Analysis Ad Hoc Committee and Youth Justice Reimagined Ad Hoc Committee. Because we no longer have a quorum, I'm just going to take the liberty of tabling this agenda item and moving it to our next meeting. And then I think agenda item 9 now is for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place on a future meeting agenda for action. So that is where we're at. If you'd like to provide a public comment on this item. Oh, okay. Okay. I know that there were folks who wanted to give general. Oh, this is a separate one. Okay, just kidding. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to skip agenda item 9 too. And then we're going to move to agenda item number 10, which is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, if you could please facilitate public comment for us.
Okay, thank you. And my apologies for going over time, except
that starts to sound empty since we do it every meeting. If we have members of the public who would like to make general public comment, we'd love to hear from you. This is recorded for posterity, so it's not that you're speaking into the abyss. The commissioners here will hear you, as well as the video being available. So I can see one commenter in the room. You want to raise your hand on WebEx or dial *3 on your phone, and you can begin.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a statement real quick. On behalf of the communities, I wanted to thank both parties for coming together on this probation committee meeting. I want to acknowledge the council for asking vital questions on behalf of the community that they sometimes don't know what to ask. So I applaud y'all for on that. I want to acknowledge probation as well on the concern for knowing that new ideas and resources could be the missing pieces of the puzzle to probation reform and rehabilitation for their residents under their supervision. I want to say something about what Chief Probation said about us taking courage to come up here. We come up here because our youth is the future, and we have the blueprint on how to help them overcome that. So that's why the grassroots organizations is needed. But I also like to add that in the name of the late great President John Kennedy, he said, "Not ask what you can do for your country, but don't ask what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country?" And that's why we show up to these meetings, because we do feel like we have a resource and tools and the answer for it. So again, thank you for letting us be here.
Thank you. That means a lot. Any online commenters? Okay. Adrena and Thomas, if you want to make general public comment, please, we're going to unmute you in that order. Adrena.
Hi, I'm the newly elected chairperson at Los Padrinos for Laco. You know, since probation likes to write kids up purposely to affect their court cases, these are my write-ups against probation. They're writing kids up based on their own failures, on the alarming environment probation created, just to write them up and blame it on the kids in court to make kids appear dysfunctional, when in fact probation is the dysfunctional ones. They shouldn't be allowed to affect kids' court cases based on their own failures. I'm a logical person, and everyone can agree that that's not logical. It's a way they designed to keep kids in jail. No interaction with positive adults, no programs, no school, complete confinement. Last year, it's recorded that there's over 4,000 paid employees in Los Angeles probation, and we're having the same staffing issues last year. I can't wait to see this year's database. The numbers better showcase staffing issues. The director of program receives $500,000 salary, and there's no programs. So maybe you should do wage cuts and give them something to work for, or give the job to youth justice organizations that could provide better results.
Thank you, Adrena, and we'll wrap it up with Thomas Bell. Thomas, we're going to unmute you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to close it out. It was an interesting meeting. I just wanted to say I wasn't trying to make excuses for anybody. I just, in a situation like that, I want to make sure that everything is looked at. That every cause is looked at, every rock is looked under, instead of just jumping straight to blaming the probation officer as well. And I feel sorry for the man's family and as well. And I do hope if they're listening that they're getting help and that they're getting services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. We actually have three more speakers, and then we'll end the queue there. So we have Ambrose, Acosta, and Grant. So we'll go to Ambrose first.
Ambrose Brooks from Dignity and Power Now and the Justice LA Coalition. I had the opportunity to present last month at the Probation Oversight Commission, and I just want to follow up around the issue of electronic monitoring. So we know specific requests were made of the department at a May 2022 commission meeting, and yet we have not seen any progress on these requests. So being aware that the failure to charge an electronic monitoring device constitutes the greatest number of violations, which is the probation department plan to do to rectify this so people are not being violated for this reason? What steps have been taken to amend the electronic monitoring contract so that individuals have a greater amount of time in the week to seek employment? And 2, don't have to provide as much advance notice about work schedule changes. Also, when will the probation department begin publishing electronic monitoring data on a quarterly basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambrose. Next, we'll go to Acosta.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just want to have a question in regards to the program for the kids. When is it going to start? They told me I am going to be knowing the start date of March, and implementing the plan was pushed out more further to more planning. And for what I know, my kid is not getting the OSHA plan that they were receiving. And to top it off, I am the vice president of LACO as well. I got chosen by the parents, but I haven't had no real back on that. And also for the pipelines to the juvenile halls, it impacted the children and the income. How would the money sit there for quite more months and without us knowing the true reality for the rehabilitation for these children? I believe it hasn't changed for 15 years. I believe that the change is going really slowly. I am in a cycle of the same implementation of this scam that you guys are having. It's a shame. It is a shame.
Acosta, I hope you're still listening to us. Your audio is a little bit fuzzy, and I'd like to invite you to reach out to us via email, info@poc.lacounty.gov, and a member of our team would love to speak to you between now and our next meeting. So we'll go to our last public commenter. That's Grant. Grant, we're going to unmute you.
Meeting, a director from probation stated that the department would improve transparency about people being placed on electronic monitor by creating a data sheet with more layers to it, such as the tracking the offenses where electronic monitoring is recommended by probation or the court. And I wanted to ask if there's been any progress in beginning to track this data since that meeting, including how often these specific occurrences or these specific offenses occur.
Thank you. That's the end of our public comment.
Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. I guess we can't even do a motion to adjourn today's meeting, right?
Motion to adjourn.
We can't. I guess have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here, and we are unofficially adjourned.